and an octopus too. You came from chemical goo. Uncle Fish Dad, what kind of life did you live? I wanna know my family tree. I wanna know what it's like to be a fish. What it's like to be a fish. To be a fish. What it's like to be a fish. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, yeah, I'm going to keep it going. You know, once you got this runaway truck on the freeway, that is my channel, heading against a little Yugo called evolution, I'm going to just keep the gas on, you know what I mean? Why not? They don't have much, right? I'm asking for their best. I'm going to be debating Professor Ron Garrett next week on the 28th. It's another professor on evolution. We're going to see how they do. So... But in the meantime, there are these panels, attacking me and trying to undermine. They basically just do the same tactic. It's like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And yet they never really listen to the words I'm saying and answer the questions I ask. And honestly, it's good. It's good for us because it makes them look like people who don't engage. So we'll take a look at that. I'm pretty sure Reclaimer is legitimately obsessed with me, perhaps. He makes, his whole channel. Look at his channel, guys. This is 95% about me. Very bizarre behavior from him. Okay, fine. Anyway, Ty the Fly Guy getting the party started. Thank you so much for that. Let me actually get my chat overlay up here, folks. Okay, folks, here we go. Coming in, he says, it is here to, quote, perceive light and sound waves for a purposeless event from things that incidentally became. We're going to get into some incidentals for sure. After we go through some of these panels, we're going to get into mimicry. We're going to look into mimicry in nature. There's certain categories of mimicry. One is, I believe the pronunciation is Batesian, and it's one of the more impressive accidental, nearly perfectly mimicry of other animals for self-defense. Really wild stuff when you look at it. And, from their perspective, it was just, it was like a really happy accident. That's equivalent to an accidental engineering of an airplane. It really is like that. It really is. These are nutty people. These are nut jobs. I'll gaslight them right back. I asked Kyla last night when she said we deny science to demonstrate purpose-driven mechanisms from random mutation. She said something about different beak shapes. Wow. I'm surprised that went as long as it did, honestly. That was just crazy. Hey-oh, someone bought Savage Memes. I mean, Savage Memes. Guess it's not working today. Thank you for that. Can we be unicorns? Perhaps. With enough time. No, I only saw some of it. She's unbearable, honestly. It's just the upward talk. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. Cape Fear, nice shout out. Nice shout out, Cape Fear. Sick. She was driving me crazy. I can't listen to it. I can't listen to it. I can't listen to her talk. I can't. Everything's just like, it's just, ugh. She just wants to hear herself talk. Andrew was being kind when he told her she was unlikable. Yeah, that was bare minimum. All right. So, let's get into this, because this is you guys remember Old Balls, right? You guys remember Old Balls? This is Old Balls. All right. Let's see how long it takes these guys to... Here, let's put it on 1.25 at least. Let's see how long it takes them to actually engage with anything, shall we?
Tapped onto our feelings, because for him, God is this really powerful feeling that we're stupid to overlook, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also worth just restating, I guess, the black and white fallacy that I feel that he falls into, even if he rolls it back sometimes. His initial claim seems to be quite a Bailey claim, right? Strong Bailey claim of it's either this or God. You know, it's either evolution's false or it's God.
Never once made that argument.
Yeah. And that means everything has got to be in these, strict categories. And then when he applies that to evolution, right, that's obviously going to lead into problems.
Planet Peterson said that he, I think he said, I'm pretty sure he's the one that said it. He said that Jim Bob thought if evolution is true, he wouldn't believe in God.
No, that doesn't follow.
He can't see any way to connect those things.
That's right.
Because of the fall, right? They can't get over the idea of the fall.
Yeah,
they can't accept that. Yeah.
It makes it so that the stakes are too high for him to think about this clearly.
Oh my gosh, these people are just absolute gaslighting psychopaths. Not once in my arguments against evolution, not once did I appeal to God. Not once.
Like, if I believe that, if I think something that I'm going to miss out on eternal paradise, I'm not going to believe that thing. I don't care how true it is. I'm not going to give it a fair shake. I'm going to try to think in whatever way gets me to the conclusion that I don't have to give up my trip to eternal paradise. And that is the ultimate problem. The
fallacious thinking, Austin.
The feeling of curiosity.
That's fallacious reasoning, Austin.
Curiosity needs to be stronger than that feeling of fear.
That's all it is. Armchair psychologizing. It's like, where is the arguments? Where are you referencing anything I'm actually saying? At least quote me. At least pull a clip of when I say something.
And fear is a very difficult thing to overcome.
Yeah. It's weird though, because talking about Dobzhansky, of course, he was an Orthodox Christian scientist, right? So I mean, Jim Bob has probably got exactly the same theological grounding that he has, right? And that goes to show you, if you're educated in a particular subject, right, then you've got a much wider base in order to understand things and know where things should be.
Meta. It's all meta, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing actually of substance here, right? Hello, Snagglebees. Disfigured by my sorrow. I'm disfigured by my rage already.
Placed in order for validity. And that's not true of somebody who, that's generally, I'll say generally because there are exceptions. That's generally not true of people that are learning a subject just out of YouTube or out of a book or something like that.
That's great, you guys. Can you stop your armchair psychologizing, your 50-minute hours, and get on to the actual substance?
You know what, Lucifer? I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm going to defend Jim Bob a little bit here, which you'll excuse me if I need to go rinse my mouth out afterwards.
Oh, boy. I'm going to have to throw you off.
I don't think that Jim Bob is anywhere near as bad as a lot of creationist evolution deniers out there. When Jim Bob talks about the subject, at least he's usually like on topic. He's talking about science. He's talking about evidence. He's talking about philosophy. He's not talking about transgenders and non-whites and stuff like that.
But he does that.
He
does that too. Also,
I think he's better than a lot of creationists I've interacted with. I'm not saying he's good, but he's better than a lot. He at least knows some stuff. Like, he knows philosophy to an extent. Like, he knows a little bit of philosophy, and he's articulate enough that I've managed to have coherent conversations with him about the subject. There are creationists that I can't even do that with. They're not coherent. Like Bubblegum Gun, I had nothing but conversations with him. So I understand that.
Who is this, Evo? This is an old panel. This is like a nod back to a couple years ago. This is Answers in Atheism. He's an old guy who I've wrecked many times on different topics. I think what originally caught their eye is when I started doing the series Arguments Against Atheism. My physicalist argument destroyed his entire worldview, and he's been pretty much coping ever since.
Comparing him to like an average person, he seems low tier, but compared to the average creationist evolution denier, I don't think he's the worst. And maybe he does get a little bit too much attention, but he's got a big channel, so I think he's
really good at making money, and he's humorous, and he's a really great artist.
Yes, I think.
Oh, he says I'm a great artist. Thank you, old balls. Yeah, I think I'm decent at making money.
He is one of the ones that it's worth it to go after, and he's a good foil. He knows the arguments people use against our position, and he brings them out, and it lets us practice against somebody who's worth it. So I disagree.
And by golly, I'm worth it.
Just slightly. He maybe is getting a lot of attention recently, but I don't think he's too bad.
One of the reasons why it appeals to me to go after Jim Bob is he does a really good job of explaining why. What the problem is with people who are really ignorant of this subject, what they see it as, right? So Jim Bob does a really good job of, he says it out loud. Most people are smart enough to not say it out loud. Jim Bob says it out loud, and that allows us to put a pin in it and start to explain, where these misconceptions come from, which I think is cool. Like the species thing, he was really good at that. The random thing, he's just obsessed.
I'm worth it, Cap. I'm worth it. I am worth it. By golly. By golly, I deserve it.
With a random, if it's random, then it can't, have purpose and all that. And it's like, just go. So
I do not necessarily think that he is being bad faith. I think he is a true believer. He really thinks he's on to something, that there is some sort of conspiracy to overrepresent our confidence in evolution, that we all kind of deep down know that it's not true, and we're just lying to ourselves, or we've been brainwashed and misled by professors. I think he really believes that. I don't think he's lying to us when he represents his beliefs that way.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of cute because of that. It's kind of cute that he actually believes this bullshit. And he's actually...
I'm still waiting for any arguments from you guys. Anything at all. Anything.
He probably lays awake at night and he thinks this stuff. It's like, oh boy, how do they think this could happen and that? And he actually, that's really cute. I think that's cute that we got this like totally ignorant, not particularly intelligent person trying really hard to figure this stuff out. And he comes up.
He still haven't said anything.
Please, yeah. But anyway,
well,
that's why I appreciate him.
He also gets, I think he's also influenced, I should say, by other people in his side of the community, which have a very, which have a very bad take on things which they claim that they know very well. If you've ever seen,
this is so bad, you guys. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I was like, oh, cool, they did a roast of me. Let's see what they got. And I'm still looking at my watch here. Why go spend money on coffee when I can better spend it here? Absolutely. I agree with that. Thank you, Josiah. Thank you so much.
As you say, Jay Dyer is one of the ones I was thinking about recently, who has some, really weird ideas of how how evolution works. Number one, like you're saying, he tends to call it new part.
Wow. What?
Yeah, new part's a good joke.
Okay. All right. You can do it.
To decide on things, but these guys are running their own goddamn show.
Oh, this is funny. Watch this. This is funny. Old Balls is so ignorant to orthodoxy. Listen to this.
Not really highly thought of in other circles. I run into something, I can't remember where it is, but it was an article about the true orthodoxy. They kind of rely on these higher ups, basically, to
true orthodoxy isn't orthodoxy.
Decide on things, but these guys are running their own goddamn show. This Ananias, whatever his name is,
Father Deacon Ananias.
He's one of these like heretics that are.
Father Deacon Ananias is a heretic. Didn't we just hear this guy complaining that I'm talking about evolution, but I don't know what I'm talking about? And here he is slandering someone where he doesn't even know what it means to be a heretic. Ironically, they also have weird ideas about how it works. Yeah. We could just say it's weird, right? Oh, it's weird. It's weird. This is why it's important to support and increase our top apologist clout. Absolutely. Heard multiple times across atheist channels, but his channel is big. They're forced to confront. Yeah, it forces them to yeah, exactly. It does. I mean, the fact that I'm at 30,000, thanks to all of you, and I've already been the target of 2 videos from Not a Professor Dave is good news. That's really good news. Thank you, Suzanne, for your late tax.
Kind of fucking up Christian orthodoxy, and I don't know. It's a complicated thing, and
Oh, it's a complicated thing. You don't know what you're talking about, old balls. Hook up your IV.
I mean, I don't have no interest.
I genuinely found Eastern Orthodox. I mean, granted, I know them through most of European. I don't know many American Orthodox Christians, but the European ones I know genuinely are really good to have a conversation with.
Yes,
they're not trying to convert you. They're not trying to say that you're going to.
No, they are trying to convert you. They're just taking a different approach.
Go to hell and all of this stuff generally. A few of them, I'm sure, but
Oh, hey, Vagine.
Hey Jim Bob, how
Hi.
are you?
I'm good.
I was thinking we need comic books about Eastern Orthodox saints and characters. What do you think?
I would approach that very timidly, with caution. When you get into that stuff, even though I think it's an angle to definitely go for, I think it can cheapen it. So I think for something like that, you have to use a lot of guidance for stuff like that. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I think I'm going to learn iconography before I do anything like that, but it's a good idea. I just don't honestly know how to appropriately approach such a thing. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate y'all.
Fundamentalism seems a lot less pervasive in their community than
I think
otherwise.
These American Orthodox, the American Orthodoxy has picked up an aspect of fundamentalism and young Earth creationism and all that bullshit that I don't think exists in the European Orthodoxy.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about. He literally doesn't even know what he's saying. It's like he's hooked up to a random word generator. He has no idea what he's saying.
They're there, but it's just a lot less pervasive. And most Orthodox Christians you can talk to just are not going to preach to you about it because they don't give a hell. They don't give a damn if you're damned or not.
Most Orthodox don't give a damn if you're damned or not. Who are these psychopaths? Where do they get their information? What? Not one of them asks, I don't know, how do you know that? Not one of them on this panel. This guy says most Orthodox don't give a damn if you're damned or not. Not one self-proclaimed skeptic says, wait, how do you know that? How do you know that? Just a simple question. How do you know that? Street epistemology. How do you know that? No, they just let them say it. Why not? They just make up shit. Why not just say it? Make it all up.
So there you go. Welcome, Leo.
Hello.
Hey,
From me. I gotta squint when I go to the StreamYard screen because StreamYard doesn't have a dark mode. For people to try, if you're a feature that everyone should have.
Mutations do not arise because the organism needs them to survive, right? That's what we call random. So when you say something is random, what you're doing is you're talking about statistics and modeling and how you would model it, basically, because you're going to ignore all the causation behind how the mutation happens, and you're going to disconnect that from natural selection. So that's
exactly my point, old balls. Is when you guys say it's random mutation, I simply say, what does that mean and how would you know it? And then you're like, it has nothing to do with causation. Well, no, that's if random mutation has nothing to do with explaining causation, then you can't make the claim that random mutation causes, the vestibular system to arise out of an unguided process.
That's why we call it random. So it's a useful word, but it's misunderstood as being like Jim Bob thinks it's some kind of like ontologically significant fucking thing that happens.
It is ontologically significant to say something is random, even the way you're describing it.
And that eliminates all possibility of there ever being a purpose or intent.
No. I'm saying you guys hold that there is no purpose or intent. This guy's so broken. No, it's your view that there is no purpose or intent in evolution. It's your view. That's an internal critique.
An organism, and it's really so it's a bad word to use with creationists because.
Did you see Not So Bright talking about evolution? No. If you find the time code, that it seemed like a very long debate, like I don't even know how many hours. But it would be funny to watch it though. If you find the time code.
They don't fucking understand. They get hung up on it, right?
I think it's bad word to use all around because I don't think mutations are random. They might be stochastic, but I don't think random is the right word.
Stochastic is a good word. Yeah, stochastic. But I mean
stochastic, that's just probability. That's just chance.
They don't have anything to do with the organism. Well, and even that fails because there are some areas of the genome that there are.
Find your super chat. Hold on a second. Hold up. Where are you at? Chaw? Ironically, they also have a weird ideas about how it works. They just say it does. That one? Or is there another one? Chaw?
Or proteins that turn on when the organism is stressed that will increase the amount of mutation. It happens in our immune system, basically. So even that breaks down, and with it, for everything in biology, there's always an exception. But we don't want to muddy the waters by talking about that, but it's there. So,
unbelievable.
We lost Austin.
Honestly, him talking, maybe I could come around to things are random. Just listening to him talk, I'm like, maybe it is random.
Yeah, sorry, my dad called me.
Oh, anyway, so the word random, we need to push back when they start using that. It's like, wait a minute, if you don't know what the hell it means and stuff.
Okay, let's just look at what it means then, okay? All right. In evolutionary biology, random most commonly refers to the nature of genetic mutations in the changes in the DNA that provide the raw material variation for evolution. The key meaning is mutations are random with respect to fitness. They're useful to the organism. A mutation, so you're saying that it's just it's random that it's useful. It's not purposefully useful, it's accidentally useful. That's exactly what the position is that I steal, man. It means that a mutation occurs without any foresight or direction toward a goal. That's what makes it random. Also, the mutation itself would be unpredictable. Another reason why you'd call it random, that it's unpredictable. But even that, just because something's unpredictable, it wouldn't fall into the random category anyway.
Stop using it, There are mutations, and there are mutations in a population, and that's where we start. And then the other problem he had is with species, because we can't. He seems to think that we
Yeah, I agree with this, Ito, that even in internal critique, there's no neutral ground for any of it. Epistemology, metaphysics, and the rest. There's no neutral position. Everything's theory-laden. Yep.
Have to say something about humans evolved, and then if we go back to where we're not really sure if we could call them humans, then he has a problem with saying, well, how could they evolve if they didn't exist? And it's like,
yeah, that's a good question, actually. You just understanding that question and failing to acknowledge the problem of that identity problem. When you say humans evolved from this other thing, and you go, was the other thing human? And they go, no. And then you go, humans evolved. Okay. If you say humans, current, present tense, evolved, changed from not human, then you have a problem of identity, right? You have a big problem of identity. And watch how they use the ever so predicted analogy.
Like, that's what he was saying on it. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's just a continuum fallacy.
It's actually not a continuum fallacy. We'll look at that in a second too.
As far as I'm concerned.
Well,
it's like saying if you can't point to the exact first person who was a Spanish speaker, then obviously Spanish didn't evolve from Latin.
No, because language, even if you said the words that referent, even if you said those sounds changed, language as an identity, as a universal, didn't change. Language is language. There's no point in time where language evolved to not be language. Language is still language. Furthermore, the things you're referring to in language don't evolve. So you can have the sounds of the words you're saying to refer to an apple change. You could have it. You could make it so when you say kangaroo, you mean apple. It doesn't change the apple. Doesn't change the apple.
Which obviously that's not how it happened. It evolved.
And did Spanish evolve from Latin anyway?
Gradually from Latin. There would have been people speaking a combination of Latin and Spanish, a very Spanish-like Latin or a very Latin-like Spanish, and over time, mores changed common use.
Yeah, tell me where, Austin, in that change did the thing universally called a language change into not a language? It's still a language. It's still a language.
It just changed, and in that way, Spanish evolved from Latin, very much like humans evolved from the human ancestor. But
that doesn't make any sense. You're fundamentally changing the category of what it is. That's not a good analogy, because when language, quote, evolves, it doesn't evolve into something that's not a language.
He wants to know exactly.
These people are they're just broken-minded.
At what point the first human popped out, and that's not really the way it works. So
yeah, you can't tell me. Notice how this is always what they say, whether it's Forrest Valkai or Dave or any of the rest. All they say is, that's not really how it works. And I go, tell me how it works. And they're like, we don't know how it works.
Yeah.
No, finish what you were saying.
Yeah, no, that's all I was saying, is that he's asking for something that we shouldn't be expected to be able to find, and then.
No, you're making an affirmative that you can't justify.
And acting like, oh, you can't find the first human? This idea is ridiculous.
No, it's worse than that. It's worse than when. It's worse than when. When is the first human? When you say humans arose. Humans evolved from a previous thing, not a human. But you have no criterion for it. That's worse. There's no criterion. You can't tell me. You're making the claim. It's your claim, bro. It's easy. For us, we just ask, how do you know that? And you're like, that's a continuum fallacy. Continuum fallacy, by the way, for the most part, you guys, is referring to volume of something. It's not the changing of something itself. It's the volume. It's the line at which you distinguish between one extreme and the other. But it's mostly referring to volume. Grains of sand. You know, in Sorite's paradox, if you look at a grain, grains of sand piling up, you ask, well, when does the pile begin? When does it become a pile, right? Yeah, that's a question of a category in time. How do you know and distinguish the first extreme from a previous non-extreme? But the thing is, even in that paradox, the sand doesn't change its identity. It's the volume of the sand that you're making a question of. When does it become a pile? It doesn't become not sand, ever. Nowhere in that paradox between a grain of sand and a pile of sand, or a beard, a single hair and a full beard, nowhere in that paradox does the thing called a beard, hair, change its fundamental nature. It doesn't become not hair. Ever.
I have something I'd like to share with you guys. If Speed shares my screen real quick.
If I could comment on what Austin just said, then, if this is slightly different, Leo, literally 10 seconds, to say that there was a study done starting in the 1970s, I believe, for about 30 years. A guy asked or tracked the change in the New York dialect and the word.
Oh my gosh, this is such a stupid argument, you guys. Dialect? I already debunked language as an analogy.
Being used and the meanings of the words being used. And it was fascinating to see how much they changed from 1970 to 2000.
That's amazing. They're still languages.
Right? To the point where words were pronounced almost completely differently.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, words are pronounced differently. Are they still words? Did they ever change to be shoes? Did in anywhere in the evolution of words and language, did it ever happen where language evolved to not be a language, or a word evolved into something that wasn't a word?
To accentuate the New York accent, to make it more.
It's just unbelievable.
Distinct.
I think about it like this. I use this metaphor, Simos. It's like...
Yeah. Let's use another broken metaphor, Austin.
Filling up a cup with flour a pinch at a time. And then after a while...
Tell me when it doesn't become flour, Austin. What did I tell you? All these analogies they're either volume or they're based on something that entirely doesn't change. Okay?
You're filling it up. There's no clear point at which the flour is over the lip of the...
It's still an organism? No. Anything alive is an organism. The problem, fervent reference, is that when they say it changes fundamentally what its nature is, if you're going to split up organisms into different categories, and then you're going to say one category turns into another, that's a claim. Nobody's arguing, right? Their main argument isn't that organisms change into organisms. That's not the basis for evolution. That's not the claim, dude. Stop it. The claim isn't organisms turn into organisms. Organisms come from organisms. That's very ambiguous. Yeah, we all agree. Organisms come from organisms. The claim, fervent, is that they say categories themselves over time fundamentally change into entirely new natures, categories, forms. Their body plans completely change. What they are fundamentally changes what they are. Organism is just general, right? That's just a general statement.
The cup. But after a while, you'll have a whole mound of flour over the top of the lip of that cup. If you level it out with your finger, you won't know exactly which pinch was the first grain that went over the lip of the cup. That's kind of what speciation is like.
No, it's not. Not even close, because speciation says that the sand itself changes into something that it's not. It's not the volume, dude. It's not the volume. This is such a bad analogy. It's so disanalogous in so many levels. We're not talking about the volume of something. We're not talking about the metric measurement of how many quantity something is and when it becomes the category of a lot of quantity versus a little quantity. That's not analogous, Austin. This is terrible.
He's asking what that first pinch was, and it's not something you see in that way. You see...
No, dummy. The first pinch is flour. The last pinch is flour. Flour didn't change.
You see the speciation when you zoom out. When you zoom in, parent to parent, there's very little or parent to offspring, there's very little change. But over
he just shifted the category.
Large number of generations, speciation becomes very clear.
His example is so stupid, too, because on top of the cup is a clear delineation. Yeah, there's still a delineation at the top of the cup. It's just bad thinking. We accidentally evolved taste buds so the brain can more efficiently determine what foods are okay. We got lucky. Right. It's wild, yeah. We got lucky to even smell something that's dangerous to eat, that we know from an incidental thing called a smeller and an olfactory that's hooked up to a brain that evaluates the olfactory input, says, don't eat this, eat that, maybe eat that.
You guys are probably wondering why I have a Camaro pulled up, but I just want to ask, how does the Camaro look like this when it didn't look like this 20 years ago?
It's still a Camaro, dummy. Oh my gosh. Really, Leo? You actually asked to do screen sharing for this? Leo actually said, hey, can I share my screen? A Camaro is engineered. You're literally proving our point, even though this is the worst analogy ever, because the Camaro is still a Camaro. Because someone made it. They literally made it. A dude invented the Camaro. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Like that's, well, how did humans evolve before there were humans? How did the Camaro look like this when the Camaro...
There was a first Camaro. You just debunked evolution from this. There was a first Camaro that was created. In this example, it necessitates an engineer for the first Camaro. The start of a clade called a Camaro. That didn't come from a non-Camaro. Leo, did a Camaro come from a different car that wasn't a Camaro? This is where we're at, you guys. These are the future teachers. These are the teachers. These are the principals. These are the elected officials. This is wild.
It didn't look like this 20 years ago. It's a stupid fucking question because
it's totally not in the same realm as a Camaro. A Camaro is an engineered product. Comes from intent. Intentional mind.
It changed. It changed into the thing that is now being called X.
Yeah.
That, like, I'm sure most of you, because most...
Leo is so confident with this. This is wild.
I don't know about Austin, but I know the other three are older than me. Camaros didn't fucking look like this 20 years ago. Why do they look like this now? It forever will remain a mystery, I guess, in the mind of James Robert.
What? No. Holy crap. Leo, I thought you were smarter than this, buddy. No, the symmetry breaker there, which I've already said, Leo, this is embarrassing. This is absolutely embarrassing. The symmetry breaker there is Camaros are created by humans with intent. They don't change biologically through offspring. Totally different mechanism, totally different category. Created, engineered things, natural things. Is a Camaro natural? Where are my atheists in the chat? Are you really looking at this? Going, yeah, Leo has a really good point there.
Yep.
Clearly God specially created that new Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
GM went to God himself and said, we need a new Camaro and we need your help.
They're giggling, but it's really bizarre. To try to use an analogy to buttress evolution by pointing to something that's created with a mind doesn't do you any favors.
Okay, I might have to fish around here, but I think this is it.
Ben Renhawk says, Jim Bob, learn what a continuum fallacy is, you regard. What's a continuum fallacy?
I know the continuum fallacy, but I actually didn't argue that tonight
you did too.
at all. The continuum fallacy is basically arguing that because there's a gradient, there's nothing you're pointing to as a referent that actually is true. For instance, like...
that's just the opposite of what the continuum fallacy is. It says that just because there's a gradient doesn't mean that what you're pointing to is not true.
Yeah, we're talking, that requires a referent, dude. The referent can't change. If there's a gradient, the referent itself can't change. So if there's a gradient between blue and purple or something, blue and red, if there's a gradient, you need those things to not change themselves to even understand a gradient, like sex, male and female. If you were to argue, even try to argue a gradient in between, it necessitates the polars are unchanged. That's the whole point. Just like I said, the gradient between a grain of sand and a pile of sand, nowhere in that gradient can the thing called sand itself change. The sand can't change.
And he kind of reverses it, I think.
625. Okay, I'll copy that, Chaw.
I'm not sure if he really knows what he's doing, but he uses it all throughout this talk, throughout this entire debate. He commits the continuum fallacy. He talks about nubs, and he talks about organs, and and he talks about species, and he's doing it all over the place. But let's see.
There actually is no mountain of sand because you.
They don't even let me talk. These people.
Somebody say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this the debate where he first mentions 1/8 of a penis?
No, this is a very new debate, but he also does actually. Hang on a second here. I just want to get this.
He does mention it, does he, in this one?
Leo's insufferable. Even during your debate with these guys, he got worked up so easily. Yeah, when I debated him, he stayed calm because I just asked him really basic questions like, does knowledge exist? And he said no.
Well, let's just see. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
I also...
Yeah, we already addressed this. Animals don't change from animal to not animal, okay? But the problem with that is that's the category of the animal is the thing that's being affirmed. The category of the animal. And by the way, you do hold that non-animal has to become animal because you're going to eventually have to confront abiogenesis. So that's still not true from your view.
I'll just say if he does mention it, it just goes to show that he doesn't have a firm grip on the penis.
No, he doesn't.
Now, to put it this way, there must be a beginning of a penis under the evolutionary view.
To say,
gosh, they just don't even let me.
Can you guys hear me?
Yay! Sorry,
yeah, but you're over talking the video.
Because nobody defined what the continuum fallacy is, so I wanted to do that. The continuum fallacy is this idea that because there is no hard transition between two things, that it's like a graduation or a continuum between them, that therefore there can't be a distinction made between them.
No. What I'm saying is that you don't even have the two things, right? It's just like the trans argument. If the polar opposites, one is sex, right? A male and one is a female, and they say something in between exists. You need the polar opposites. Right? So this is the problem with evolution. There's no such thing as a polar. There are no polars. There is nothing called a human. That's one of the polar ends, and a pre-human. There's no such thing as that from their view. Whereas the continuum fallacy, let's say, when something becomes a pile of sand, right? Even looking at the sand, you're talking about volume. So there is an amount. You could count all the grains of sand in what you call a pile, right? And you can count the singular grain of sand. It actually has an amount. It's still sand, though. We're not talking about volume. We're talking about what something is. That's
clearly false. Right. There is no hard line between yellow and green, but we still know the difference between yellow and green.
Well, no, yellow and green maintain their identity, Leo. If there's yellow and green and there's some sort of gradient in between, all of the gradients have their own frequency, and the yellow and green maintain their frequency. In fact, a gradient, none of the colors change. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that, first of all, none of the colors actually change? And second of all, they never change to not colors.
I like yellow and red, but because there's orange in the middle. But yeah, and he kind of reversed it when he said it, but he probably understands it, but he made a mistake. Anyway, let's give this a listen here.
Animals don't maintain their identity, no. No, not under evolution. There are no identities. It's nominal, dude. You don't even have, under evolution, average lizard. It's funny your name is lizard. You don't have a universal category for anything. It's all nominal. There is no, the only identity a thing has is its temporal particular. So even from that perspective, calling something a part of a species is already erroneous from the evolutionary view. Further, developing cladistics larger categories, totally illusory. They don't exist.
What is happening right now?
Higher population of organisms keep 1/8 of a penis. For some of you, 1/3. For millions of years, if it provides nothing. And in parallel, the vagina, which develops independently of the penis, and yet its final form is entirely compatible and functional with this other thing. What is the function of a penis or a vagina before it's fully realized in its form and function? From the evolutionary view, you really have to hold in your head that these undeveloped things that don't actually work together.
See, they're coping. They're just cursing, and they don't actually deal with this problem. They just go, they rub their eyes. They're like, oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. But none of them could actually answer this question. It sounds like you're arguing that unique universals can't come from different universals. No, you don't have access to any universals, dude. It's not, I'm not actually asking you where universals come from. I'm saying, from your view, they don't exist. They don't exist. You don't have access to them, Fervent. You have just particulars. That's all you have. There is no universals from this view. Okay? Nothing. There's nothing universal. You have nothing.
Oh, no. See, that's not the case. Whatever the penis and the vagina were before they were the modern penis and the vagina, they had some function that might have been different than what they are today. Their function before their function was what it is now was whatever it was before what it is now. It's not like their only function that they could ever have is what it is now, so everything before what it is now didn't have a function at all. This just, I don't understand how people can't, like, Dave even pointed to.
Listen to me, Spurging. Function is the thing in question. You have to develop function, right? That's the insanity of this view, is that this is a trap. When I bring this forward, it's a trap because there's a dilemma. It's either the case that the function itself somehow manifests from a cascade of previous non-functioning circumstances, and it finally made its way to doing what it's doing. Perfect example, the vestibular system. We did a stream on that, how the vestibular system works and how it needs these three components, systems that all work together. It also needs very precise fluid inside of these hair-like structures that are electrical. And the precise fluid is a ratio of potassium and this other ion, right? And so it's like, for you to have that very unique, sensitive electrochemical conduction in the body and have it meaningful and delivered to the brain to, say, orient yourself in a different way, right? How to orient your body. For that to exist, if it comes from something else, then every step of the way has to be a fully functional type of version of the vestibular system. Or it wasn't functional, and one day accidentally, for no reason, it was spending calories accidentally engineering it before it was able to have orientation and navigation mechanisms, capability in the world. It developed this vestibular system from not that. This is the problem. They don't want to deal with it. They just grant themselves an earlier time where everything, the liver, the penis, the eyes, everything that the body does right now had a previous ontology that was also fully functional, but not identical to what it is now. That means every step of the way it was fully functional.
This out, like, this is literally seventh fucking grade standard curriculum.
This is all they do, is they say 7th grade, right? They don't explain anything. They just gaslight you.
How do you not know these things?
He does actually think that the modern function of the penis and vagina are the only possible function of a penis or vagina-like.
Nope, I never said that either. I said very clearly, Austin, you bunch of dum-dums, is that if evolution's true, the current function of the penis and the vagina and its structure and how it operates didn't always operate that way. It's very simple. And if you say, yeah, that's true, then you have to go back in time and track back a sort of succession of this apparatus to a point where it first showed itself and its function. There has to be a first moment where this occurs.
Organism.
He is so obsessed with that.
He does not understand that there are a multitude of functions that a feature could serve on its way to evolving to a more derived version of itself.
See what I'm saying? They just grant themselves the initial function. Oh, he doesn't understand. There's a multiplicity of things that one thing can serve multiple functions. Yeah, that's what I'm asking, dum-dum. Devour feculence. They're like, oh, well, you have to start with a multiplicity of dynamic functions first. That's what I'm asking, dude. What do you just eBay it? You Amazon Prime it to yourself, the function, the first function?
Right. He actually says that the penis and the vagina had to evolve independently.
Yeah, they had to evolve at some point independently.
In case anybody was not aware, you will hear the word penis like more times in this stream than you ever thought you ever would.
He is talking about an interesting evolutionary phenomena. It's something that's sometimes referred to as an evolutionary arms race, where different features in organisms are responding to the evolution of other features in other organisms. And it can be something that occurs across species, or it can be something that occurs within a species.
Just saying it occurs. It's always the same stuff. This is why it's actually easy to debate these people. And it's very common. It was common with Dr. Greg here, who's supposedly a specialist. I'm really amazed that their specialist in evolution, Dr. Greg, did so poorly against me. Because all they really say is, it happens. Oh, it happens. It happens, it happens, it happens. Well, no, we're talking about two things, right? If you know how a factory works, the factory has an assembly line with parts, and the parts have meaningful relations to other parts, right? Mereology. This is necessary to do this, right? For a thing to do a thing, it includes parts that are able to do this thing, this task, right? In addition to that, in the evolutionary view, the factory is one aspect of evolution, random mutation. We'll call that the factory. The other aspect is natural selection, which would be the quality control. The thing that's without a mind determining the viability of these populations and these mechanisms. Are they suitable for the environment or not? Even if it was accidental, the environment is determining that. Nope, sorry, you couldn't survive. Sorry, bucko. Okay? When you press them on the first part of the factory, the mechanism, the machine line, the assembly line of the parts, they have to say that the machine line, the assembly line for the parts in themselves and how they interact with other parts. Both. The parts are made. In a factory, the parts are made, right? All these machinists and machines making the parts. The next step is putting the parts together in a meaningful way where they operate according to their function. They have to say from their view that entire process is not mind-oriented or purposeful. It's an accidental assembly line. That's what they have to say.
A common evolutionary arms race that occurs across species is toxins. Species are evolving venoms and poisons and toxins, and other species are trying to evolve the systems that protect them from those venoms and toxins.
No, they're not trying to do anything, dude. You're already outside of your system. There's no trying. That's intent. These fucking people, dude. They're trying. I'm just trying really hard. No, they're not. There's no trying. They're really trying to keep what they made accidentally, you know? They hit the lottery with their venom and they're just trying to keep it. No, they're not.
Toxins. That's a very common, very old evolutionary arms race. An evolutionary arms race that can occur within a species is sexual reproduction. And one of my favorite examples of that is the weird case of the duck penis. Who has heard about the duck penis? Who knows what makes duck penises so special and so interesting towards the concept of an evolutionary arms race?
You need a duck, right? These people are they're such nut jobs. Every time they point to some particular item, it's attached to an existing creature. And you notice how they just grant themselves the duck when they talk about the penis, as if, was there a duck without this penis? If there's a duck, there's reproduction, right? If there's an animal that's a part of a population, you already have reproduction, whether it's sexual or asexual. You already have the parts, dude. He's like, well, have you ever looked at the duck penis? It's phenomenal. It's just, I'm so inquisitive about it. It's fascinating. You're like, yeah, the duck needs to exist. To look at a duck penis, you're already assuming the duck has a population. The identity of the population of a duck exists.
Raise your hand.
Tell us.
Okay, so
I don't know. Yeah.
So female ducks have very interesting reproductive anatomy. They have what's called labyrinthine vaginas. Nice. And the reason they have these labyrinthine vaginas that
I bet your vagina is labyrinthine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes, the reason they have this is because male ducks are kind of grapey. They aren't big on consent. They'll team up on a female duck and force the female duck to copulate with them. And so the female
is that selected for? It's weird how you suddenly say that's not that could happen all throughout the animal kingdom, right? But you get really squeamish when it comes to humans, right? Why? No, that's a whole other element, dude. I mean, every aspect of biology is a true mind maze for these people in their view.
Female duck's reproductive anatomy has evolved to be very stymieing to these efforts. And in response, the male duck's anatomy has responded by evolving these corkscrew-like penises that can actually fertilize them despite their labyrinthine female anatomy.
They already have a penis, dude. You see how dumb these people are? I go, how do you get penis from not penis? He's like, you ever see the duck penis? Well, you see, they're really grapey, and the female ducks don't really like it, and so they developed accidentally a corkscrew element to their penis. Did they already have a penis? Yeah, I'm granting that they already have a penis, right? Of course.
It's really fascinating because I think in Jim Bob's world, and that's not possible. You can't have this. Like, they had to have been created at the same time, even though it's so clear that both of these features are designed to stymie one another.
Designed? Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Did you just say designed? Listen how broken their philosophy is.
Actually fertilize them despite their labyrinthine female anatomy. It's really fascinating because I think in Jim Bob's world,
listen to his words closely.
And that's not possible. You can't have this. Like, they had to have been created at the same.
They have to be created with purpose, right?
Time, even though it's so clear that both of these features are designed to stymie.
They have to be created, right, with some intentionality and relationship that they work together in a very unique, particular way, right? No, they have to be designed.
One another. That doesn't make any sense from design. They shouldn't be in conflict if they're the result of design, but it makes perfect sense as an evolutionary arms race.
An arms race is intentional, dude. How do you have an accidental arms race, you dummy? Can you imagine there's two nations competing for an arms race and all of their engineering is accidental? Like, they meet up in their uniform at their military bases, right? They're in Mount Cheyenne or whatever, and they're underground in tunnels and bunkers, and they have spreadsheets. And they're like, okay, arms race is on. Let's deploy accidental processes with no intention. Let's do this. Hey, Vagine.
Jim Bob, half duck Justin
Thanks,
here.
Justin.
So female ducks evolved to defend against grapey male ducks, so they grew labyrinth vaginas. So the males just grew lockpick dicks to keep graping.
That's
That's
right.
retarded and misogynistic.
That's right.
He actually believes evolution hates women. But on a serious note, he's so sure of the order of operations. How does he know which led to the other? Right, JB?
They don't. Yeah, there's no, like, it's constant. The old cliche is chicken or the egg, right? Well, chicken or the egg, the problem of the chicken or the egg is everywhere in biology for everything. For everything. For a cell to exist. For replicators to exist. for sexual reproduction, for asexual reproduction, for every element in the body that does a thing. If it works with another thing, you got to ask the question, well, does it happen at the same time, or is it one before the other? Like, they're like, we don't know. And they're just like, don't tell me God did it. It's like, I'm not saying that. Big Bad Mama, Jim Bob thinks he's defeated. No, evolution is self-defeating. I don't have to do any work, dude. I don't have to do any work. I barely do any work. You guys do all the work for me.
Yeah. Maybe, Austin, I don't know if you know, but foxes have something similar. Is that right? And also...
possibly. I'm not sure. There's a bunch of different...
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, dogs lock in too. Tony's dogs, they're Malamutes. They were outside humping for like 24 hours, locked together. That's not what's in question. You still needed a dick to begin with. You needed sexual reproduction for those dogs, dude.
There are so many penis designs in extant animals that it's incredible, and some of them are.
He just keeps saying designs. There's penis designs in extant animals.
Horrible.
Sexual.
Yeah, that's why. I think that's why the female fox makes the noise it does.
Reproductive.
Seriously, it's just like punch. It's like it's like helmet people. It's like you convince a bunch of helmet people that they're competing in the Olympics, and you teach them that the competition is to punch yourself in the face.
Is one of the.
There is an amazing predictable order of succession of fossils. Fossils presuppose populations, dude. And no, fossils don't show change. Change is an event. Fossils are not an event. You're like a gematria-tard. You think numbers are events. No, there's no fossil that shows a change. There's not a single fossil, Big Bad Mama, that itself, the pure data of the fossil shows a, quote, change.
Strongest data sets supporting evolution. It's so ironic to me that anybody would try to make an anti-evolution argument using reproductive anatomy, which is this massive kaleidoscope. There's so many different ways that organisms replicate. It's ironic to...
Yeah. So I ask a question. This is a common theme with these people. I ask, how does evolution, the process, produce the multiplicity of sexual reproduction? And they go, you know how many different kinds of sexual reproduction there are? Yeah, I understand. Did you hear my question? I don't think you heard my question, did you? How does random mutation produce a multiplicity of sexual reproductive methods? Wait, Jim Bob, don't you know that there's a lot of reproductive methods? Another thing that bothers me about evolution is why is that we supposedly evolved from primates, yet the primates themselves existed today. Well, no, they would push back on that. They would say primates are in the same category from a common ancestral category as humans, and we both came from that. So that there is a more narrow place we came from, and that we all branched from that narrow place. That's what they would say.
Use that data pool as an argument in favor of design when it's so obviously evolutionary.
Yeah. Which is exactly what you'd expect if evolution were true, right? You'd expect a large variation in that particular...
No. This is so stupid. I could say, what would I expect if God created animals that every variation came from its kind, and there's a large variation of those kinds? That's what I would expect if creation was true. You see how these people, their arguments fall apart so easily? We could just mimic their arguments. What would we expect if God created a lot of kinds of animals and there was a multiplicity of variations of those categories, in those categories? Well, look at that. The evidence supports what I would expect.
The area, right? Because those are the genes that are passed on more readily than any other. Right? I mean, that's what evolution's about, right? Sexual reproduction is the main part of...
Look, it's so easy to defeat you guys. Big Bad Mama, nothing was designed with purpose, right? There's no design and there's no purpose, right? Big Bad Mama? That's a yes to premise one from your position, right? Your own brain has no purpose to think. That's not what it's there for. It's not there to think. It incidentally thinks, right? All of your conclusions, therefore, all of your beliefs, all of your inquiries, all of your evaluations, everything that utters out of your big dumb mouth, they're all incidental. They're completely incidental. We're apes, right? Yeah. And here you have this objective claim of a category called apes, right? We're apes, right? Okay. Apes came from not apes, though, right? According to you. So are we those things too? If we're apes, but under your view, apes came from something that aren't apes, are we also that other thing? How many things are we?
Mechanism of natural selection. So.
And no species of organism is evolving in a vacuum. Every species has an ecology, and their ecological relationships have a massive impact on their
It's wild.
evolution. That's why there's 20,000 different species of bees that are.
Yeah. So you keep going back, right? And what category is that in? Right? Keep going back. We're eukaryotes. Okay, and then what? And they came from what? Prokaryotes? Protokaryotes? Is that what it is? Dude, you understand the problem? You guys can't escape abiogenesis because you keep claiming that we come from something that comes before it. And it comes before it. It's endless regress. What did this category come from something not this too?
Not carnivorous anymore because they co-evolved with angiosperms to feed on the pollen those flowers produce.
See, he grants himself pollen. He grants himself there's a working ecology of other organisms, plants that are dependent on other animals and plants.
That's why there's so many different varieties of social behavior in the 20,000 different species of bees that there are. You got solitary bees, communal bees.
Oh, did bees exist always? It's interesting how the complexity of ecology and its synergistic relationships to all the animals, right? It's like this big working system. They also believe that system existed even though it's made up of changing things. And yet there's this invariant way in which the birds and the me's, right? There's this invariant objective way in which nature operates, but nature is composed of changing things in flux. Another philosophical problem for evolution proponents. They grant themselves nature, which is composed of particulars, ecology and plants, and then there's other animals inside of that, and then there's the weather, and then there's everything. There's so many variables, right? But even at the base level of just life itself, nature, the external world, nature itself, it operates in such a way, right? It works together. There's all of these methods, it's connected. Underneath the trees, there's fungus that works as a input-output system, like a communication system underground. Like an underground wiring communication system. These are all connected together in meaningful ways, relational ways. And yet, from their perspective, those things necessarily, because of their changing nature, their relations must also change. If their relations change, then you don't have any invariant way in which you can appeal to nature operating in any specific way. Oh, we're learning more about nature. What do you mean? You think nature is composed of living organisms that are in flux, changing what their nature is. Another thing that bothers me, why is that only primates supposedly evolved into human beings are were there cat people? Well, they would just say human beings are the only things that evolved into human beings. That like everything unfolded, they would say everything is equally evolved into what it is today. That's what they would say. They would say everything, all the past creatures, you know, we come from a cone, basically. So it's like the further you go back, the common ancestor has to be this one point, and they say it's Luca, but then you go, well, Luca has to have ancestors, and they go Fuca, right? They never deal with the abiogenesis. If abiogenesis is false, does that make evolution false? No. Abiogenesis is necessary. So I don't know what you're saying. If you're asking if it's the case that there's no such thing as inorganic dead matter becoming alive, does that mean evolution the way it's posited is false? No. It's just that you can't argue evolution as it is without eventually facing abiogenesis, though. Because you need to arbitrarily, BS, start with things. That's why the populations argument is so brutal against you guys. Because you say evolution changes in allele frequencies that produce the multiplicity of animals and variations in nature.
You missed my hilarious super chart. Why would the female duck evolve to make reproduction, lol, harder? Wouldn't that make it less fit?
Yes, it would. It would, Vagine. But no, they pick and choose. They say like, well, no, that actually increases the chances of a high, performing male, right? Like, for instance, there's aspects in the vagina and inside of the process of sex where it makes it harder for the sperm to get through, which from their view would increase the chances of a better, more Chad sperm making its way through, right? That's what they would say. What was I saying? Abiogenesis, right. The problem is with you guys is that you grant yourself populations, but populations would necessarily have to be the product of evolution. And you go, well, what's evolution? You go, well, grant me populations. Totally ad hoc. You guys just grant yourself populations. And then simultaneously you say, well, no, evolution produced those populations. Cool. You just grant yourself a bunch of animals that exist, right? You just grant yourself everything.
Social bees, primitively social bees. You even have advanced social species of bees where they have human-like division of labor.
What design proponents have never been able to... Wait, what design proponents have never been able to do is identify... What we're unable to do is to identify specific characteristics in biological organisms that are unique to a designer and not arise from natural processes? No, that's begging the question from your view. Look, dude, you go look up the vestibular system. It's your view. Based on your view, which is based on induction. It's your view, dude. Notice how you can't defend evolution without including intelligent design. Notice how I don't need intelligent design to argue against your stupid view. You have to say that the vestibular system, in the way it operates, arised from natural processes. Incidentally, you have to say that, dude. I don't have to say anything about intelligent design. The fact that beings, animals, plants are coded, they have a coding process that informs their behavior. That means that the way in which their structures and behaviors unfold have a blueprint to them. That is to say that DNA itself has a marker system for when an arm develops in the process of the embryonic stage, when the spine develops, when the brain and how the brain properly develops. You guys have none of that. From everything we know about reality, from all of our inductive faculties, nothing leads us to believe that complex task-oriented systems arise from purely natural processes with no direction or purpose. That's your insane view, dude. Hope all the stalkers are subscribed. Thank you, Robin. You mean you guys stalking me or me stalking you? Which one?
Labor and social stratification. It's amazing. Sorry, I like bees. I'll talk about those all night if you let me.
Yeah, behave yourself.
Yeah.
And for each species, it's the same blueprint equals not random. Yeah, it all uses the same type of coding. It uses the same medium. The similarity in DNA and function across animals is similar because its function is similar. It's like finding code in a video game that says, oh, you guys use this for your sprites? Oh, you're using that for your sprites, right? Oh, he used that for his sprites. You understand the code that goes, oh, this is what's telling this thing to animate itself. That's what animates life and how it does its things, right? That's the system that does it. And from your view, which is absurd, you're saying that's completely incidental. It's entirely incidental from your view that the human body or the first, ancestor that developed the vestibular system developed it incidentally. You have to say that. We don't have to say that. You have to say that.
Behave. Okay.
I think it's pronounced beehive.
No. Is a hoot. You really ought to see his book. He has the most incredible shit in there. I think he even
biology study and tell him to also study a little bit of chemistry because basically all biology is chemistry.
Asking a lot.
Chemistry is probably a little bit out of his reach, at least
out of his league. Yeah.
Chemistry is out of most people's league, but the assumption under chemistry is the entailments is still the same. This pokes fun at their epistemology, which is really fun to do because from their view, if everything's chemically and neurologically determined, the old Plantinga argument is that evolution doesn't select for truth. It's not guided for truth. It's guided for survival, and you could survive believing false things. And so if everything's chemically determined, there's no access to true beliefs or false beliefs. JTB is gone from their view completely.
I just think it's you should know that everything a living thing is and everything a living thing does can be reduced to chemistry.
Okay, cool. You just see what I'm saying? These people step in their own feces, right? They devour their own feculence. Listen to that statement. Like, this is exactly why I kill them so badly in these debates when this comes up. Listen to this statement.
At least out of his league. Yeah.
I just think it's you should know that everything a living thing is and everything a living thing does can be reduced to chemistry.
Right there. Austin Sims clearly not thinking this one through. That means everything you believe, Austin Sims, and everything that's a belief held on this dumbass panel, but also on my show and me, everything I believe and everything you believe is reduced to chemical reactions. And if that's the case, how could there be a wrong chemical reaction, aka belief? How can there be a wrong utterance if it's a result of a chemical reaction? How can a proposition coming out of our mouths be right or wrong, correct or incorrect, if it's all determined chemistry? It can't be. It's impossible. Why are you confused that people believe God exists if you just admitted everything from everyone's view, everything's reduced to chemistry? Why are you confused? Why do they believe this? Why do they do this? Why does this person do that? Why did they say this? He's really confused. No, there's no confusion from that view at all.
In my opinion.
Chemistry.
Yes. Okay.
Is on the cutting edge of evolution, and soon they'll be saying that there's actually nothing random about mutations at all, that they have function altogether universally, every one of them. That could be the case. We just don't know. Not only does similarity in anatomy not confirm relatedness of common ancestry,
they can't even do it. They can't even listen to one sentence from me.
I can't remember what we used to say. What's the word to get you to stop it?
Foreskin.
Foreskin, right. That's appropriate.
Have you ever tackled DNA? Well, I tackle information. I take it from a different angle. I ask them if information exists, and then they crumble. Why? Because information's not identical to matter. So the evolution proponent, everyone in the chat is an Evo proponent. You can't talk about evolution without assuming information, meaningful transfer of information between cells, instruction packets for how to behave, right? You can't do that. You can't do this. All right? But the problem is you don't have an ontology for information because it's not identical to matter, ever. There's no piece of matter that's identical to the information we assign to it. Not one. It's impossible. Why are these guys making fun of you if the way you are thinking are just chemical processes? That's exactly right. Why? There would be no reason. There's absolutely no reason.
Okay, so Foreskin.
Hello.
Look, this is one of the things as well. This, using the word random, okay, I think, as Leo pointed out, is problematic, right?
Oh, really? It's the foundation of all of your beliefs. 2, I would argue 3, but 2, at least, accepted mechanisms of evolution are random mutation, right? Are seen to be random, or held to be random. He's like, I think it's problematic to use the term random, even though the entire foundation of the thing I'm defending is based on random.
So, we use random to say that there is no, I guess, cause, really. Cause, yeah.
There's no cause. Yeah, that's question begging. You use random because you're saying there's no cause. You're saying there's no cause to mutations. You're saying there's no cause to the unfolding of mechanisms that do specific tasks. You're saying there's no cause. And they're making fun of us for magic, right? They're literally saying, if random means no cause generates highly precise task-oriented systems. Oh, it's better than saying magic did it. It's literally the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, there might be correlation.
Random means uncertainty about the cause, right? Like if you throw dice, we call it random because you're uncertain about the twist of the hand, the wind, the weight of the die. All that stuff is uncertainty. Yeah. So we call it.
Yeah. Yeah. So they think this is in their favor. It's not. Even the dice is deterministic ultimately. The fact that you can't predict and you don't have access to all the variables at every single moment, every wisp of the wind, every angle, whether it was correctly cut on the die, right? The corners, how rounded it is, right? How much it weighs. All of these, of course, factor into the causal relationship to the outcome, what it lands on. Of course, you don't have access to it all. But from the dice example, it's deterministic. It's very limited in what it can do. But when you get into biology, the outcomes are, when we roll like 500 dice, right? If I pour a bucket of dice, there's no time you can add where the die is going to build the Twin Towers again, right? There's no instance, if you just keep pouring buckets of die on the ground, where it's going to build one of those, like, those people who make art from dice and they put it on the wall or on the floor and they make this beautiful picture of like Jimi Hendrix ODing, right? It's never going to make that. It's never going to make something ordered, ever.
Call it random. And it's another place where we have a memo where we use a word to describe a very complicated thing in nature.
The only random thing in Jim Bob's worldview is free will. You don't have anything to say, BS. You got nothing. Your worldview itself is completely deterministic. Like, you have no will in the matter being here. You have, from your view, you have no will in what you're evaluating and what you're going to say or what you're not going to say. You're a chemical reaction. You're a bag. You're a bag of molecules, right? You're a sack of molecules. And yet you're here debating, communicating as if there's really a you here, dude. You're a skin bag, dude. That's what you are, a skin bag. That's your view. You're a skin bag.
That sort of thing. That's all it is. But Jim Bob thinks there's like a fucking random spirit god out there or some fucking thing. You know?
No,
it's like,
I never said that, old balls.
I don't know what the hell.
Again, it's just chemistry.
Right.
People think atomic structures are way more stable than they actually are. The electrons of an...
Tell me when Okay, look, this is even more crazy. They just said it's just chemistry. It's all just chemistry. Please tell me how you came to the conclusion, deductively or inductively, that pure chemistry can build complex task-oriented systems. Show me that. Show me any reason to believe that just pure chemistry can build the facility for the vestibular systems. The relationships. How does chemistry build aboutness relationships? Aboutness relationships between independent systems. Olfactory to the brain to the arms and the muscles, right? Nerves. Heart, lungs, liver. It all works together, right? Tell me, from your crazy view, how chemistry can form complex systems with workable mereology. Where did you get this idea that that's possible?
An atom are always seeking the lowest energy state possible. And that means that Dalton's model of the atom that said that every atom with the same number of protons is exactly the same as one another was incorrect. And that is part of why chemistry is not so completely deterministic. It is almost...
Oh, it's not? It's not?
Most completely deterministic. But because things are seeking a lower energy state, there's...
No, seeking is intent, dude. What are you talking about, seeking? See, they can't ever escape it.
The potential for change. There's a potential for moderate differences in characteristics even between the same element. And that is possibly one of, if not...
That's deterministic too. He's just like, it's not entirely deterministic. There's these other outcomes that are deterministics.
The only things that...
That's so funny. It's not entirely deterministic from our view. It's deterministic, but there's this other outcome that's entirely deterministic that I'm just adding in. It's an alternative deterministic hypothesis. It's all cause and effect, the entire system from their view. Cause and effect. But from even that view, they don't have any reason to believe that strict cause and effect of chemistry can build upward complex systems that have mechanisms within the systems that do specific things, and then relational awareness to other systems that are adjacent. Have you watched the 2019 Vox Jean-François Gariepi debate on evolution? Maybe. I've debated him, though. I've debated J.F. Gariepi. Completely.
That causes mutations to occur when chemical replicators replicate. But it is an example of why it's not random. There are forces behind it. The reason we're using the word random to describe it is because the outcome is something other than what's expected by the conventional course of the replicator's behavior.
Great. So you're admitting that random mutation, the entire world of evolution, is relying on something that you shouldn't expect in nature. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'm going to save that because I really never heard it put that way, Austin. But if I can get my opponent to admit to that premise, you guys are more cooked than you think. If by random means that it's doing things that are unexpected, then you're arguing that random mutation, being the fundamental starting point of evolution, is built on assumptions of behaviors that you shouldn't expect. Wow.
We
Wow. You guys are like sharpening me. Thank you.
You expect conventionally that a sequence that reads ATCG, when it duplicates, it will still read ATCG. It's random because it's possible for it to read something else, ATCC or ATGG. You know, that is a random change, but there aren't random forces causing it to happen. There is a deterministic physics and chemistry reason why it happens.
Yeah, it isn't based on the need of the organism. It's something that happens in every generation.
Correct.
There's
and sometimes
amount of copy errors.
Yes, and sometimes those it's wrong to call it luck, but it sort of is in the sense that sometimes those changes will be things that enable survival. Like a common one that I talk about a lot is change in pigmentation.
So that means like when an animal has a reaction to the external world and it's trying to run away from a predator, it's incidentally running away from a predator. It's an incident. Like it incidentally developed the inclination or the propensity or the proclivity to run from a predator, incidentally, accidentally, completely. There's no animated will in the matter. It's just, that's all it is. It's an incidental capability of running away. Chemical reaction. There was never a specific time a non-ape turned into an ape, but we have apes. Doesn't that assume we know what an ape is definitively? Well, to say we are an ape necessitates a larger ape category from their view, but the larger ape category has to come from not an ape. So that's what we press them on.
It's one of the most easy mutational changes to achieve, and it's also one that obviously has an impact on fitness a lot of the time because it makes you either easier or more difficult for a predator to see.
Predator also, by the way, predators, their ability and even their movement toward food, hunting, incidental, accidental hunting, accidental prowling, right? Accidental techniques. They're all accidental. All of them. So it was accidental that prey figured out how to run incidentally, but it was also incidental and accidental that predators became predators. They're accidental predators. Just incidental. That's all it was. Incidental sharp teeth. Incidental ability to digest raw meat. Incidental. Incidentally working together as orcas to not only play with seals, baby seals, but eventually eat them in very unique methodologies. Incidentally.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where this goes, but let's just see.
But if evolution was true, it would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would be related the further back you go. Determining common ancestry by similarity loses its power because dissimilarity is required.
Another day, average lizard having no counter to anything I'm saying, just saying I don't understand it, right? And this is what I'm glad you guys represent my opposition. This is what my opposition looks like. They have nothing. They just say, you're not grasping it. Yeah? Well, that's why I debate people, because I press them to tell me how it occurs so I can grasp it, and none of you can do it.
Acquired the further back you go. So saying, look at this ape.
This is one of the most complex.
Shout out Alex. Thanks for the raid, buddy.
Arguments that he made. And it's like mind-numbingly ridiculous.
Yeah.
See, the same thing from these guys. It's ridiculous. He doesn't understand. It's dumb.
He's claiming that when you go further back, they're dissimilar. And it's like, oh my God, what the fuck?
Wow, old balls. You're really doing great work here.
That sounds like exactly what you'd expect from evolution, dude.
No, it's not what we expect. That's not the argument. The argument is simple, dummies. If your argument in the more recent frame of time is that we come from these other animals because they're similar, that's the argument for how they're our common ancestor, right? They're similar in these ways, therefore we're led to believe it's our common ancestor. What I'm saying is that the further back you go, the thing you're claiming is your common ancestor is increasingly dissimilar to what we are now. So I'm saying that your methodology for determining common ancestry based on similarity in phenotype and even genotype is very, very peculiar to the time we're in, but loses its weight the further you go back. Exponentially, too, it loses its weight. They don't... My own audience understands this problem.
Yeah. Yeah, he's playing a lot of word games here.
Word games every time with these people. It's word games. You don't understand. This is so stupid. This is like 7th grade stuff. And yet not a single person grasping it. Physicists claim color itself doesn't actually exist in the physical world, but somehow pigmentation enables survivability. Yeah, there's an actuality to it, but it's not actual. Yeah.
So he complains about species in the same paragraph that he complains about clades. You know, we have a clade.
I'm not complaining, dude. I'm saying you don't have a standard or criterion for a clade.
You know, of related animals like primates, right? And then he's talking about, you know, if you go way back, they become more dissimilar. No, they become more similar, dude. They converge on that common ancestor is what's...
No, dummy. Oh my gosh. They're so confused about this. From their view, the earliest animals are the most similar to other animals that exist at that time. Yes, he's confusing this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the earliest animals that you say we come from a long time ago are incredibly dissimilar to what we are now.
What's going on? And he has a problem with that. And
Fourth Divine Liturgy, glory to God. I love it so far. The old atheist in me is begging these guys to refute your 7th grade questions, but they're not. I know.
And that's the thing. When you start thinking about evolution, you have to go back. Like, we always think, we came from chimps. No, we fucking didn't. Chimps and us came from something that was somewhere probably in between.
And then, what exactly my argument? And then eventually came from something completely dissimilar from both of us, right?
And I think there was some recent paper where they were suggesting that it looked more human-like than chimp-like. And chimps are evolved for, 7 million years after that common ancestor. And then they got the puffy lips and mouths.
It's very simple. Yeah, John, exactly. Similarity demonstrates evolution, right? Dissimilar things also prove evolution. Yeah. Yeah, which is it, guys?
Face and all that. And we don't know exactly what that common ancestor looked like. But what we do is we form a hypothesis.
A hypothesis.
A clade is a hypothesis.
No, it's not, dude. A clade is not a scientific hypothesis. That's like saying a category of a tree is a hypothesis. These people should be locked up, put in a rubber room. A clade is a hypothesis. No, it's not. No, it's not. A clade is a hypothesis. This is how lost they are. A clade is a hypothesis. No, I mean, you could say it colloquially, it's a hypothetical category. You could say it's a theoretical category. It's not a scientific hypothesis.
A species is kind of a hypothesis, but it's...
No, it's not.
More of a memo. We know that these things are the same and they interbreed. But...
No, that's not true. They don't interbreed. There's a lizard that doesn't interbreed. It doesn't interbreed. Starfish, they don't interbreed with the others. What are you talking about?
A clade is a hypothesis that we have, that these things are related.
That's not a hypothesis.
Our hypothesis is that all primates came from some common primate ancestor.
That's not even a hypothesis. That's still not a scientific hypothesis.
Hypothesis.
That's an assertion.
And then we find evidence for that hypothesis.
That's just an assertion. What makes an assertion a proper, viable hypothesis is that in science, you're saying this caused that, right? You have to be able to examine it and falsify it.
Hypothesis.
Yeah, like genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans.
Right.
Nope. What did I just say? Genetic similarity, anotypical or phenotypical similarity between chimps and humans doesn't grant you this larger thing further back of dissimilar, right? It's really simple. That's why the entire evolutionary model teaches people within very specific time frames. This is why the march of progress is so rammed into your skull from a child. That poster, the march of progress, is so rammed down your throat from such a young age because it forces you to look at evolution from a very specific time frame. It gets it in your head. It's a very specific time frame. We're only going to look at the human standing up, and then that little 30-degree decline to the hunched over other kind of human-y looking chimp thing, right? But the moment you start asking questions outside of that meme, either back further, suddenly the March of Progress meme loses its oomph.
Right. So you're going to think about these things. And then the other thing that he misses is, with the nub, the 1/8 penis, right? So whatever there was back then.
Whatever there was, you just have to imagine it. We're doing science, guys. The dice comment on the screen is funny. From their view, they need to roll a 7 at some point to get new things. We recognize variation within the category, yeah.
No, like he wants to talk about, there was no penis, and then a random mutation happened, and then there was a penis.
Yeah.
And then it took millions of years for it to get long and become useful. And it's like, no, that's not how this works.
How does it work, buddy?
Okay, a long time ago.
A long time ago. They're literally doing the Star Wars meme. This is how I start my stories. I lay down with my son and put him to bed, and I tell him a story, made up story, every single night. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You can't even write this.
Back then, when like he wants to talk about, there was no penis, and then a random mutation happened, and then there was a penis, and then it took millions of years for it to get long.
Yeah, well, let's hear the story. Ready?
And become useful. And it's like, no, that's not how this works. Okay, a long time ago, there was something that we could say, just had a hole that the sperm came out of, right?
I'm sorry. How did you get the hole that the sperm came out of? Would you call that a penis? The penis is still a tube where sperm comes out of it. And notice how I go, how do you get the penis? And he goes, well, a long, long time ago, there was a penis. Every time. Peterson did this. Every opponent that I've faced against does the same thing. Well, you see, a long, long time ago in a pond, scummy, far, far away, there was already a penis. There, I did it.
And then it became like some membrane formed around it. And then it became...
That's not where the sperm comes from? No, I'm talking about there's a tube. Saying it comes forth from, okay? I'm not saying that sperm comes from the tube. I'm saying the sperm's developed, which is a whole other problem for these people. They already grant themselves testes and these gamete productions, right? And then there's a tunnel system for which it comes out of. That's a penis already, essentially. And he just grants himself it every time, dude. Digestive system incidentally breaks down food into micronutrients and minerals, then transports them incidentally to necessary incidental systems throughout the incidental body. Right. Repair, maintenance. Yes, there's reparation, there's maintenance, there's cleanup. Lock them up. Lock them all up.
Became more of a tube, and the tube became more directional, and it had all...
An accidental tube. So you have sperm without the tube system. You have to develop the tube incidentally, but you also developed the production line for sperm that have no current purpose because they don't have access, because they need the superhighways for this stuff, right? It's just unbelievable. This is why Protestantism leads to atheism. They gave a hard time with the concepts of distinction and entailment. These guys issue as well. Yeah, it's definitely a deep spiritual issue. The people on the screen, yeah.
All these uses, but the important part that I want to point out is,
why can't they just admit it came into it? Yeah, that's all I'm asking them to do. I'm just asking them from their perspective. The first one came from not it, right? And they don't want to do it. They want to give themselves the thing, a proto. They always give themselves a proto working a prototype. You know, it's making its way through the focus group.
It's that every single organism that existed in our lineage was functional and worked fine in its environment.
You see this? Every single thing that comes before us already just works fine with all of its mechanisms. Just fine, fully formed, fully, what is fully formed anyway? They don't even have this view, right? There's got to be a proto for everything that we have now that at every point in time was fully functional and complete. They just don't understand the problem with what they're saying. Listen to it again.
Millions of years for it to get long.
Listen to what he just grants himself. It's incredible.
And become useful. And it's like, no, that's not how this works. Okay, a long time ago, there was something that we could say, just had a hole that the sperm came out of, right?
There we go. Yeah, that's a long time ago. There was already an organism that had sperm production and a way to distribute it.
And then it became like some membrane formed around it. And then it became more of a tube. And the tube became more directional. And it had all these uses. But the important part that I want to point out is that every single organism that existed in our lineage was functional.
It's just amazing. They actually say this stuff aloud. They say it. It comes out of their mouth. You just don't understand, JB. If you, like them, were stuck with nothing more than a proto-unit, you'd also argue for mutations. Yeah, you'd be like, can we get this going? Can we get this going? See? You see?
And worked fine in its...
Do you understand evolution? Take a class? Yeah, you don't engage with anything. You guys are all retarded. Everybody who comes here with their hot takes says nothing.
Environment. And it was a fully functioning organism that could reproduce.
Yeah. So you grant yourself reproduction. You grant yourself sexual reproduction or asexual reproduction. He just said it. Oh, how does random mutation produce sexual reproduction? Well, you see, in a galaxy far, far away, there was sexual reproduction.
And that's a really important part that...
Yeah, the important part that these people don't understand when they ask me, how do you get random mutation producing sexual selection and all of its forms and all of its appendages that do things? How do you get that? In in a story, there's once upon a time in a story long, far, far away, there was sexual reproduction.
These guys seem to miss. So every step of the way.
There is no step of the way. You already granted yourself the thing you need.
As well as completely, Jim Bob, as well as completely not being able to get a grip on the penis. He also...
You already told the joke, dude.
He can't find the female
I think
nub.
he can get a grip on the penis.
He can't find the female nub either.
Oh yeah, female nubs. That's important.
Same thing, right? Same thing.
That evolved independently.
I love how you got these idiots to talk in length about tiny... I know, it's a fun rhetorical trick.
Yeah. Well, no, it's the same thing, isn't it? I mean,
it's odd,
literally... Isn't it?
Yeah.
Clitoris is the penis, just the female version of it.
Yeah.
It's odd to me because...
Except it doesn't do what a penis does.
When you look at the fact that there was once a completely different array of species on the planet than the array of species that exists on the planet now, evolution becomes extremely obvious.
Wow, great argument, Austin. So I imagine a lot of different species on the planet a long time ago, and I see a lot of different things now, and it becomes very obvious to me the thing I'm affirming.
And it's bizarre to me. It's peculiar that anyone can see that trend and still deny evolution.
Wow.
Because there's no other explanation that you...
Wow. So that you see the reasoning here? It's obvious to me, and therefore there's no other explanation, because this is what we're dealing with. These are the people we have to coexist with. They vote. They vote for Muslims to come into the country.
You can offer there. The flood, it fails because
it's just unbelievable.
You end up in between a rock and a hard place where you're not going to have enough.
It's unbelievable. All right, let's move on to someone, because it's just crazy, dude. One more, y'all. 20 seconds. One more. 20 seconds. Yeah, it's incredulity. Pure incredulity. It's amazing. It's obvious. Thanks, Locke. Thanks a lot, Locke. You are genuinely uncurious. No, I believed in evolution for 10 plus years, right? I advocated for it. And also, that's not an argument, you guys. You're just uncurious. No, I'm literally asking. I'm asking you a question. How does this work, right? How does it work? You're uncurious. You accuse me for asking questions, right? You gaslight me when I ask you questions. And then you also call me uncurious, but I'm asking questions. I wholly hate you people. You really are despicable goblins. Devour feculence. All right. Actually, yeah, hold on a second. Let me look at not so tarded real quick. Hold on a second. Let me see. 626. Okay, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that C. All right, 626. Ooh, this will be fun.
Mechanism. Go ahead and show us. Biologists sure can't.
Quick answer if you can.
Kyla, you don't know anything about evolution. You effing puppy. Demonstrate to us how random mutation leads to purpose-driven biological. Nice chaw. Nice chaw.
I don't know how to quick answer evolution. Typically because random mutation leads to things that are functional for the environment that they are in, so that...
Unbelievable. She just says the thing in question. Hey, tell us how random mutation produces super functional task-oriented systems. Her answer is it produces those things.
Will lead to functionality in the environment over time, which leads to the situations that we have, right? If a angled beak was more effective for getting worms out of a specific type of soil, then that would be successful until that soil changed, for example, and then that would be outcompeted by other things.
That didn't answer the question.
Of course it did.
Of course it did. Oh my gosh.
Put up the question, I'll show you.
Nice, Andrew.
I'll
nice.
show you what he actually asked.
Nice.
Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom, you guys.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, we're going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, the question is, demonstrate to us how random mutation leads to purpose-driven biological mechanism. The purpose-driven biological mechanism is the point.
Sure is. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to do that every debate now. The answer is random mutation produces things functional for that environment. Oh, man. It's wild. I was at a different part of the stream where they were talking about duck penises. When it comes to biology, you don't look at anything unless you look at the start of it. I actually don't know if you're advocating for evolution, and if you are, please give an argument. And if you're not, I'm sorry for how I attacked you before. You're like a person who refuses to solve a jigsaw puzzle except the left to right reader order. No, that's still not an argument, right? You're like a person who can't explain evolution. You're like a person who can't actually confront or steelman my positions. You're like a person who refuses to answer this very simple question. How does random mutation produce the vestibular system? prick.
Did I pull the super chat? Is that the one? Is this the one that's?
Can't evotards just say it isn't random? Well, they're going to have to. That's why, our lifetime, they're going to be intelligent design proponents, ironically, which is going to be hilarious. You'll see it. You'll see it. They're going to be intelligent design advocates. Not God, but intelligent design advocates. Nacho! On my way to Metonia, just showing some love. Great stream. Thank you so much, American Nacho. Shout out to American Nacho.
Started the... Did I pull the...
What's metanoia? Is that a word I should know?
What's up, Nathan? Andrew?
I feel like I've seen that word so many times.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Is it?
Where'd she go? Did she just run? Was that it? Did she just run and that's all? She's pooping?
We have...
Dropping a not-so-era deuce?
Mike Davis here. Mike Davis coming in just one moment. I'm waiting for it to load. Kyla is rejoining us. Mike Davis. Oh, I don't know why it didn't play audio. I'll just read it. All jittery won't...
Is that it? That's it? Oh, man. That's a rough one right there. She's like, I have to poop now. Oh, it just happens. I gotta poop now. All right.
This is not AI. This is not CGI.
It's my real voice.
This is a deep-sea fish from the genus Chaunacops, commonly known as the Darwin fish, for obvious reasons. Chaunacops is just one of many types of fish alive today, with swimming fins that moonlight as hands and feet. Other groups of fish have evolved this trait independently, and they've done it in very different ways. I love walking fish because if a picture is worth 1,000 words, well, even just a short montage of walking fish, whether they walk on the seafloor or shuffle around on land, even a handful of clips serve as an entire lesson on how evolution works. You understand it instantly. You don't need me to say a thing.
Oh, yeah, that's very convenient. Look, similar functions across species that do a functional thing. Therefore, we come from that thing. You don't need to... Guys, you don't actually need me to explain how it happens. You just look and you imagine it in your little mind.
But, of course, I will say a thing. Today's lesson is on the foundations of evolutionary biology. The second video in my series for Destin on the evolution of bacterial flagella. Aside from these images of amazing walking fish, there are two things, Destin, that I hope you remember forever from today's lesson. First, evolution is competent without comprehension.
Did you just say that out loud? Did you just say that out loud? Evolution... What? Excuse me? This is like hypnosis level shit, dude. Did you guys just hear what he just said? I might start calling into some of the low-tier streams and ask them similar questions. I'll let you know if I get the topic. Yeah, definitely. It's a really fun thing to attack. Really basic questions. I hope he says it again, y'all. Oh, I really hope. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Learning. I see I'm learning new words every day. Thank you.
Other teachers and writers have said that.
Other teachers and writers have said this absolute cop-out. They've also said things like this. I thought it was really good. I'm going to start teaching people who defend evolution to say this, that evolution is competence without comprehension.
This through various analogies. Evolution is a blind watchmaker, evolution is an engineering process without an engineer, or evolution is a self-driving design process, one which, once started, does not need a designer to ever...
You see what kind of nonsense they have to say? At least they're admitting it now, that the aspect that they're appealing to that has super precise functionality, it has to have a correct and incorrect way of operating, that it does a thing and it's conjoined to other things, right? That it includes mereology It includes universality of certain things and how they operate, even across species, right? That these things all do similar things. They're all functional, and they're all driven by a coding blueprint. They admit that. And now they have to come up with these terms to say, oh, well, it is actually a watch, but it doesn't have a watchmaker. It is a highly precise organism with complex mechanisms that do things, but it doesn't come from anything purposeful. Totally accidental.
Ever intervene. Today, you won't just hear that evolution is competent without.
It's interesting. They always use animals as their proof of evolution, but can anyone name a single evolution humans have had? Well, they say we're no longer doing it because we invented the cotton, gin. We invented the printing press, so we're no longer evolving, according to douchebag Dave. Do you have Discord or what? How do people call in? Yeah, you go to Discord.
Comprehension. You will see that evolution is competent without comprehension. I have.
And you wouldn't engage with ducks is ID. They didn't engage with birds first. Yeah, you're not saying anything. You're a gibberator. Keep quiet.
Brought the receipts. Some of them. And we're going to see a bunch more receipts next week and the week after. The second thing that I hope you remember from this video, Destin, is that there is always more than one way to web a duck. There's always more than one way to web a duck, if by duck you mean any bird that swims. The guy on the end there is actually a penguin. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to call this video. I might call it Darwin's Strange Inversion of Reasoning, and we'll see why here in a...
Darwin's Strange Inversion of Reasoning. He's like telling you. He's like literally telling you what we are positing is against all of your principles of reasoning, every way in which you understand something's operation system. Like this, which is a zoom-in callback to the flagellum. The flagellum motor, right, has these gear-like systems that work together toward a purpose, toward a task that does a thing, that can incorrectly do a thing and correctly do a thing. He's telling you, this is like grooming for non-thinking. This is like grooming for non-thinking. He's telling you, suspend reasoning, suspend what you know how the world operates, suspend the idea that what seems ostensibly to be very purpose-driven systems that have relations to each other that make sense, that are coherent, that are intelligible. Suspend that. Suspend it. Why? Because competence without comprehension. I'm a gibberator. I tuned into Orthothugs last night from the debate, and not to hear a screeching witch for a few minutes. Yeah. I don't know how you guys did it. I mean, I'm glad Andrew can do it. I'm glad someone out there can do it. I can't even listen to her. I can't even look at her.
In a moment. Maybe I'll call it evolution. Competence without comprehension. Or maybe I'll just go for some YouTube-y thing like the truth about evolution. What your teacher didn't tell you. I don't know, maybe that's a little bit too clickbaity. How about this? You are watching How the Bacterial Flagella Evolved, Episode 2, The Fundamentals of Evolution. The stuff you need to know before...
Exactly. You know how everything works, so evolution is the opposite of what you see. Yeah, everything that you see that has workability and function and precision, everything you know about that, suspend how you came to see that, right? Just completely.
Diving into the evolution of bacterial flagella. This is a ball of clay that represents all the bacteria in your body. That's over 30 trillion individuals. Have you ever heard someone say that your body is mostly made of bacteria? Most of your cells are not even your cells. Newer calculations have come out and said that's not the case. By cell count, the number of bacterial cells in your body compared to the number of human cells in your body, it's roughly 1-to-1. Roughly 1-to-1. But okay, 1-to-1, that's still a lot, right? Here's the thing. Your cells, your eukaryotic human cells, are monstrous compared to a bacterial cell. If you are 5'9" and you weigh about 155 pounds, how much of that weight is bacteria? The answer is 200 grams, give or take. On camera, it's kind of hard to tell exactly how much that is. It's about the size of a cup of coffee, a small cup of coffee that you might get at Starbucks or whatever. Bacteria are amazing organisms. They're small, but they also reproduce really fast. E. coli, which is one of the species that lives in your intestines, E. coli can double every 20 minutes. 20 minutes, that's all it takes for their population to double in mass. That doubling only happens, of course, when there's lots of food, the perfect temperature, the perfect everything. But here's a question for you. How long would it take this ball, supposing we had infinite food, how long would it take for this ball to grow to be the same mass as the entire planet Earth?
See what I'm saying? Now he's getting into multiplicity, but the thing is, they always do this. They fog your brain with multiplicity and get you to conceive of something notional that's so wild that you can't even pursue it from like a cross-examination perspective. And all he's really explaining is multiplicity of existing things. And nowhere in this story does the bacteria itself become something it's not. Doesn't matter how much the volume is. It never changes what it fundamentally is.
We could either do a back-of-the-envelope calculation, which I don't really know how to do. I had to cheat using the internet. Or we could just plot it on a graph. And
this is a technique they use. They dump incomprehensible gradualism onto your head, into your children's minds. Let's be clear. To the point where they appeal to authority because it's too big to conceive of. And they're like, well, I mean, I can't really get in that world because it's so big. So I can't really grasp this. Did you know exponential growth escalates fast? I know, heck in science, right?
Also plot the mass of the Earth on that same graph and see where the two lines intersect. We're starting with the bacteria from one human being. That's 200 grams. It doubles every 20 minutes. If this ball were bacteria fed perfectly, it would grow to be the size of the entire Earth in just 28 hours.
Whoa! Now I'm not going to ask any good questions.
28 hours and 20-something minutes. So why then is the entire planet not just made of gray little goo? The answer is the struggle for existence. A bacterial population can only double in size when conditions are absolutely perfect. Things are never like this in the wild, at least not for very long. As the population grows, individuals start competing with
So the unlikelihood of the perfect conditions for bacteria to take over the world is crazy, right? Mathematically, it's crazy. That's why it didn't happen. But this other thing that's mathematically more impossible happened. They're so inconsistent. He's arguing against why. Okay, well, if that's the case, why didn't bacteria just take over the whole thing? Well, because it's very precise and it takes the perfect conditions for this to happen. And that's why it doesn't happen. Oh, but other things that are mathematically less likely happened? Yeah. Yep. That's it.
Each other for resources.
Now you're getting it. See, we're not consistent with the things we dictate are unlikely and likely.
Those who are stuck in the middle can't get any food.
What was the point of his math equation? I told you. It's a manipulation tactic. It's to gaslight the audience and drawing them into incomprehensible scales so that they are in a haze. And they're like, well, now that he's developed a fog, I guess I'll watch the rest of the video.
Life is chaos. Darwin realized that populations grow exponentially, but
life is chaos. Darwin, what a useless loser that guy was.
Resources are limited. Let my arm be the limit of resources.
Let my arm.
As a population reaches that limit, sometimes it'll go over that limit and then it crashes. And then it will level out. This limit is what we call carrying capacity. Most populations that you find in nature are at carrying capacity. Carrying capacity will fluctuate over the year as seasons change.
You know what's wild about this is that it goes back to ecology, the balance. There's a balance of life, right? And so when they look at evolution, they look at one organism and they go, well, that adapted, and then we assume random mutation produced these extra appendages that did a good thing accidentally, and the good accidental thing that it did gave it an advantage in contrast to the environment that's trying to kill it. But the problem is the environment is also made up of all of these other organisms, including plants. And everything's kind of consuming each other and also needs to maintain this sort of state of equilibrium, or it all collapses. So, in other words, none of these things, including bacteria, can exist in a vacuum. There's always a set of preconditions, right? It's almost like you can run tag, not for God, but for just whatever necessary precondition justification is. So the world needs to operate a certain way. Nature needs to exist in a certain way for you to have this complex arrangement of related biological populations. And the balance is, well, one eats the other, and one eats the other, and one dies and turns into another, that energy and that those resources go into another thing, and it's this cycle of life, right? Well, when he's arguing about this balance, like there's this threshold where everything could collapse, he's actually arguing more and more variables decreasing the likelihood of evolution being a reasonable view. That's what's so wild. They put these kids and the people who listen to this stuff in a trance with incomprehensible variables so that they submit and go, well, I mean, it must have happened then because it's so on. I can't really get into it, right? I can't really get into it. It's so big. It's so wild. Well, the problem is there's more variables. The more variables you add, the less likely all of your scenarios that need to unfold are likely to have happened.
Food availability changes and so on. But most organisms are at carrying capacity at any given.
Yes, those preconditions become less constraining as you go back in time. That's a baseless assertion, dude. You guys just make shit up. You're the cult of making shit up. Yes, and those preconditions become less constraining. Really? How did you determine that? If you go back in time, the conditions necessary for life to even exist, like you could posit that it was a harsher condition, less oxygen, less of this, less of that. What are you talking about, dude? You don't know what you're talking about. You literally make stuff up.
Given time.
You're shameless. You're all shameless.
What that means is that
devour feculence.
For one to come in, one has to go out. This is what Charles Darwin called the struggle for existence. And it's why natural selection is so powerful. This here is a very simplified outline of the process of evolution by natural selection.
Yeah, tell us about it.
When I say it's simplified, I mean it is very, very simplified. This is just review. We're going to blast through this, Destin.
You're going to blast through it, yeah, because Destin's asking McKenna. He's an engineer. I like Destin in a way. Now he's a total simp for this stuff. Notorious for going into his own father's NASA work and asking tough questions his dad didn't really like. Remember that, you guys? That was hilarious. Now, because Destin has an engineer brain and he looks at biology as microengineer machines, he's kind of confused. He's like, well, how does this really happen? And this guy's giving him the runaround. He's like, I'm going to give you the tour of the factory, the quick tour of the factory. And Destin's like, no, I didn't want that quick tour. I don't want the reduced view. I don't want an equation that says reproduction, which is the thing in question. How do you produce the reproductive capacity that animals have from random mutation? Oh, you just granted. Okay. Okay. Great work.
If you have any questions about any of these things, I could talk for hours about each item on.
Could you actually debate them, though, John Perry? Could you actually debate them for hours? Because I already see a problem here, bucko. The first one you just grant yourself, it's totally fine for my 7th grade brain to ask you a question. Wait a second. Let's talk about sexual reproduction. Isn't it the case that natural selection combined with random mutation would have to produce and maintain what you call sexual selection as a thing? That is to say, there's a time where sexual selection didn't exist. It had to be produced randomly. And yet this entire thing has to already assume it. It's already assuming the thing that needs to be necessarily produced by the thing.
on the
Circular.
list here. My assumption, though, is that this is old news to you. But even if it does feel too basic, stick with it. It's a really important warm-up. Thinking about evolution is weird. It's a strange inversion of reasoning. When parents have children, those children are often slightly different from their parents and slightly different from each other. Some of those differences, not all of them, but some of those...
He's Grant's parents. This is why they don't debate me. I'm like, no, dude. I don't grant you this weird badger beast thing. That has parents, dude. I don't grant you that. Well, if you start with sexual reproduction, grant me a population of a certain kind of animal that has all of its working organism, its claws, its nose, its ears and eyes, and its sexual capacity to reproduce. Go ahead and grant me that.
Those differences between offspring and between parents and offspring are the result of mutations. If that child grows up and then reproduces itself, it can pass that mutation on to its offspring. So you have reproduction plus heritable variation. Natural selection is just the simple fact that some of those variations, those chance mutations, will happen to make it harder for the offspring that suffered that mutation to survive and reproduce.
Thank you so much, Sterling Bellows.
Than it was for the parents to survive and reproduce within that specific environment. Other chance mutations happen.
Sorry, how does random mutation produce parents?
You don't understand evolution.
Yeah, help me understand. How does random mutation produce this phenomenon of diversity called parents, please?
Well, you see, it starts with a badger. Little honey badger.
To make it easier to survive and reproduce within that specific environment. The beneficial mutations accumulate. They stack up one after the other, after the other, after the other, while the negative mutations are deleted. They're deleted either immediately, the child...
You know what's crazy? The title of this is so in contrast to what he's talking about. Destin asked a mechanical question about evolution, a mechanical question. He wants the schema. He wants how something's made. About the flagella. This is how far this guy went from the question. Nasty little badger.
Doesn't survive to adulthood, or the child might survive to adulthood, might reproduce, but it doesn't have as many offspring as its siblings. And so over several generations, that negative mutation will be deleted. It'll be drowned out by the success of these siblings. This is it. This is the basics of adaptive evolution.
Unbelievable.
This is it, you guys. Just grant the world of multiplicity. There badgers exist, and the thing that badgers eat exists, and the thing that eats badgers exists, and there's internal organs that the badger has, and that exists. There it is, Destin. I hope that did it. I hope that answered your question.
Evolution by natural selection. Before evolution can get started, you need something capable of reproduction with...
Dude, before evolution can get started, you need the thing required for evolution. The preconditions, right? Except the problem is all of the preconditions need to be products of evolution. Let's do it in slow-mo.
By natural selection. Before evolution can get started, you need something capable of reproduction with heritable variation.
Oh my gosh, dude. The gaslighting is wild.
Selection. Before evolution can get started, you need something capable of reproduction with heritable variation.
It's just amazing. It's truly amazing. Yeah. Before you can get started, you need it to exist. I'm sorry, dude. Populations themselves and what's necessary for populations need to already assume this process already exists. And you're saying before the process exists, it needs to exist.
before the process of evolution exists. To get started, you need evolution to exist. Did that answer your question, Destin? Oh, Destin, that answer your question.
You need some sort of a system capable of robust replication plus occasional mutation. But
that's what evolution is!
Before you have evolution, which is random mutation, you need everything required for evolution, which is, from our view, evolution. Sweet nothings into the sky.
But once you have that, however that thing first got started,
by that thing you mean evolution,
this process is competent without comprehension.
Unbelievable gaslighting level. Unbelievable levels of gaslighting. It's competent without comprehension.
As the generations pass on, individuals get better and better at surviving and reproducing within their specific environments. Their bodies are sculpted to survive in that specific environment. And
that already doesn't make sense, dude.
You are comprehending way too much. Just be competent first.
This is so wild, this guy. Now, this is the part I haven't attacked as much, and no, I don't think anyone's attacked it. Because the way in which they sell natural selection, people accept it because they have a metaphysical category in their head of the reality out there. Oh yeah, the reality is a wilderness, and there's trees, and there's snakes, and things that, everything's working together out there. That's outside of my body out there. That thing could hurt me. There's things in it that can help me if I can properly navigate it, but a lot of that stuff can hurt me. That's what's selecting, right? That's the thing out there. That's the dictator, right? Now, people skip this point, but I'm going to start zeroing in on this point, and I'm going to send these people in a downward spiral here. So we'll take it one step at a time real quick. So he already granted himself evolution.
Is competent without comprehension. As the generations pass on, individuals get better and better at surviving and reproducing within their specific environments. Their bodies are sculpted to survive in that specific environment.
Okay, this is what's not been attacked. In all of my inquiry of it, right? In all of the talks that I've watched, in all of it, this hasn't been attacked. So this is going to be exciting to start pulling this into my debates with these people. The environment itself is composed of other things that are organisms. So he says, this thing and what it develops is perfectly suitable to the environment. That's an abstraction. The environment is a collection of particulars of other animals that are also, you have to say, are suited for their, quote, environment, which is other animals. Plants and animals. That's the environment. So the problem is, if you have one group of people and organisms, and you say whatever it develops, because it exists, it's been suited for its exact environment. The problem is the environment is also doing that. So if something's prey and something's predator, you can't say both of them are perfectly suited for their environment if the environment that they're facing consists of things that literally eat them and kill them. That plants exist to be eaten and consumed. See, they're arbitrary with what the environment is. This is why natural selection, if you really prod at their philosophy, their distinctions, they have to make it ambiguous. What's the environment? What's the environment? Other animals. Other animals. So where's your criterion for determining one thing is suited for the environment against, to make its way through life against these other things? That's the environment, but the environment is other things. What's suitable? What's not suitable? What are you even talking about? It's totally circular. It's like saying this. The things we see today exist because they're suited for their environment. And we know this because they exist today. Makes no sense. That's where the evolutionary arms race occurred, retard. That's the strength of evolution. No, that's question begging. There was no race. A race assumes intentionality and direction, dum-dum. You're just saying something that exposes your idiocy. What you're saying is an arms race for better equipment can happen accidentally. That's what you're saying. That makes you look so stupid. So an arms race for better warfare, machinery, weaponry, defense is accidental. How can there be an arms race? How can anyone do a race if there's no intention of the race?
And there does not need to be any understanding at all. The organism doesn't need to understand what traits it should have to survive and reproduce better. The environment itself doesn't need to know anything either. Because it's hard to survive and reproduce on this planet, and because different environments and ecosystems have different challenges.
Well, just a stretchy, snappy rubber band tongue accidentally evolved to snap a grasshopper off the leaf. Just accidentally.
Different mutations end up being selected for in different circumstances. Adaptation happens. Competence without comprehension. This is the meat and potatoes of evolution by natural selection. You have...
Now you see the problem with their epistemology, because he's just granting himself he's a human who's thinking, who has a YouTube channel, right? Well, according to his own stupid model, his own assumption of comprehension is just a nominal effect. I mean, that's how crazy these people are. And they're teaching your kids. This guy, look at him, with that voice. According to him, his own ability to comprehend things and talk about things is as incidental as an insect being able to match the color accidentally to a leaf, accidentally. All of it's accidental. There's no direction or purpose to any of the function it's doing. It's completely incidental. According to him, his own thinking and reasoning. It's funny that he says it doesn't need comprehension. Comprehension would be just in the same category as, something developing accidentally the capability to match the rock that it's standing on. And by the way, it's accidental every time. So when you put a chameleon on a plant, it's incidental that it changes to the color of the plant every time. Every time. Incidental. It didn't even develop that for that purpose. It's just incidental every single time it happens. Just happens to be the case, incidentally, that it just incidentally matches the color purple that it's on and is able to reproduce, like literally like an LCD screen, reproduce the color that it's on, incidentally.
Chance mutations that are generating what is largely random variation. And then you have natural selection. You have the struggle for existence, which constantly deletes any bad variations and lets rare beneficial mutations accumulate time and time and time again. They just stack up. This, Darwin proposed, not only explains the diversity of life on Earth, it also explains why organisms are so specifically adapted to the exact environments in which they live. Just look at this bird that I filmed.
Dude, this is also circular, dum-dum. You can't say the organism is adaptive to where it lives because adaptation means it existed in that place before it adapted. These fucking people. Darwin was retarded. Do you understand the problem here? To look at any organism and say, well, miraculously, it looks like they are perfectly suited for the environment. They must have adapted to the environment. Well, no. If they adapted to the environment, they existed in a certain set of circumstances to then be able to adapt to the environment. That means they existed in the environment without the adaptation for long enough to adapt to the environment. You can't adapt to an environment unless you're already in the environment. Morons. Did you guys get that? Now, I'm not asking the evotards. They don't understand what's being said. Do you guys understand the problem here? Let's listen again what he just said.
Time and time again. They just stack up. This, Darwin proposed, not only explains the diversity of life on Earth, it also explains why organisms are so specifically adapted to the exact environments in which they live.
I mean, he just says it with such certainty and doesn't understand the philosophical problem here.
That's why Darwin said these animals live perfectly harmoniously in exactly the environments they live in. Because they adapted to, which means they live there perfectly fine before they adapted to live there. Because that would require time and adaptive qualities. It's like, you can't adapt to an environment from this perspective unless you're in the environment. You can't be in the environment unless you're sufficiently in the environment, that you've already are capable of surviving perfectly fine in that environment. You didn't need to adapt to it. You already are there. You live perfectly fine in that environment.
Just look at this bird that I filmed in Ecuador. Its ridiculous long-toed feet are specifically adapted to live on the silly floating plants that grow along the shores of swampy ponds.
See? Now you have another variable. You have this bird that necessarily needed to exist before the swampy ponds, right? So what did I say before? The problem of which came first, the chicken or the egg, is everywhere in nature. These synergistic relationships between how plants are and how these animals are and how they live together and right? They work together like this. It makes sense to them because they adapted to. But the problem with this view is that plant has a previous existence that's not that. That plant existed in a way, according to evolution, that's not that. That bird existed, comes from an existence that wasn't this. I mean, it's so insanely retarded what they're saying.
Who would have thought you could make a living doing that? Evolution by natural selection. After Darwin and Wallace published their paper on the theory of evolution and then Darwin published his book, several people tried to pick it apart. And of course they did. One of the most important jobs of a scientist is to critique new ideas. Oftentimes they do this harshly. Most of this happened through debates and short articles, but pretty quickly, scientists started critiquing Darwin in book form. One of the early scientific books trying to offer an
How do you answer the chicken and the egg problem? They occur at the same time, just the same way a woman is made with the capacity, right? So, like, you can't separate the ability to produce an egg, right, from the entity itself that in its nature produces eggs. That's why when a woman is pregnant with a female, the female inside the womb already produces eggs.
Alternative.
So creation actually accounts for two things. One, the universality of clades, what they would call clades in evolution, that these are kinds of animals, and biblically, kinds of animals spill forth. They follow from their kind, right? Everything follows from their kind. That's actually observable. Everything we see today, after all these years from the evolutionary view, what's still the case is that everything we see exists comes from its kind. It comes forth from its kind. That's a biblical explanation of the reality we see that's more accurate than the evolutionary model that you guys sell. So if everything's created and in its created in the creation, right, post-fall, it has the capacity to reproduce in its nature. That's the capacity it has. It can't be ripped from its nature. That's what it can do. It always can do that. That's what makes it unique. That's part of the traits that make it what it is. That can't come from something it's not. It's impossible. How do you get the first egg without a caretaker? Yeah, I mean, what's so crazy is what people are willing to say. You guys remember, maybe I can find it, Neil Tyson-ish Mustache was asked this question. what he said was so incredibly dumb. He said, the question of the chicken and the egg? Hold on, I have an answer. Neither. The chicken egg, came from a not chicken. It's like, you're a nut job. You're a nut job.
To evolution was this one by Sir Richard Owen. It's actually a 3-part series. The arguments Owen presented didn't really shake out. The scientific community eventually realized that Darwin was right, but many people in the public were offended by evolution. They didn't care about a careful, honest, critical analysis of the data. People just wanted someone clever and persuasive to make Darwin bleed.
Well, you should cover the other aspect going on, which was like the philosophy of evolution was rooted in specific ontological differences between Europeans and other men.
Well, figuratively.
It's worse. Their environments had to evolve to adapt to live in the environment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Ghost, is that the environment is composed of other things that need to adapt. So they look at the bird, right? And they're like, oh, see the bird? It's perfectly suited for its environment, that lily pad stuff. And you're like, that's a living organism too. So the lily pad, or whatever that, that floating plant was that the bird was on, that also had to adapt perfectly to its environment. That means there's two things going on. If the bird existed in a way that wasn't adapted to that environment, and that environment consists of another organism, that plant, that wasn't also yet suited to its environment. You have to have all of these things producing suitability to the environment, but the environment is them. They are the environment. It makes no sense.
Make him bleed. Nobody actually wanted to hurt Darwin. The first full-fledged anti-evolution, anti-Darwin book ever written is probably this one right here. The Darwinian Theory of the Transmutation of Species, examined by a graduate of the University of Cambridge, Robert Mackenzie Beverly. In here he puts forth the argument against evolution from irreducible complexity. It's very similar to the one that you put forth, Destin. He did not use the term irreducible complexity. That term didn't exist.
No, coevolution? No, you don't understand the problem, Chris. You fundamentally don't understand the problem. You don't listen. You guys are like apes, ironically. It's not evolution. First of all, it's adaptation. They're not co-evolving. They're adapting. That means that the bird he pointed to had to already exist in the environment. If it existed in the environment, that environment must be static. It has to be static in order to adapt to it. But if the environment is made up of other organisms that are living, they're also adapting at the same time. So how could you have a static environment for a bird to adapt appropriately to over time is filled with other living organisms that are also adapting? It's totally in flux. You can't say the bird adapts to this environment if the environment is made up of things that are always changing. What's it adapting to? Changing environment? That doesn't make any sense. You guys are disgusting. Devour feculence.
This yet, and he didn't talk about bacterial flagella. Instead, he used the lungs and the circulatory system for his example of what some people now call irreducible complexity. In the book, he claims that to accept evolution requires a, quote, strange inversion of reasoning.
Absolutely. This guy is definitely on it. In fact, you admitted, John Perry, it requires a strange inversion of reasoning. You know why? You said all of this ostensible task-oriented systems just happen. Competence without comprehension. That's an inversion of proper reasoning. That's an inversion. You're literally led this. The name of your video is competence without comprehension. That's a strange inversion of reasoning itself.
Instead, he thinks that we should just trust what he calls common sense. And these are my words, they're not his words, but basically he's saying that we should just blindly trust our gut instinct without examining it. Now, Destin, as an engineer, you know that common sense can oftentimes be very helpful, even in engineering, even in science, but also it can mislead you. You actually did a video about this a while ago when Neil deGrasse Tyson was misled by common sense into thinking that a helicopter, if its engine fails, will fall like a brick. Turns out Neil was wrong about that. I'm sure you have countless examples of this in your own work as an
Look at that guy.
Engineer. Sometimes you have to suck it up and go through this strange inversion of reasoning. When I was a kid, probably younger than 10, we had a friend of the family who really, really hated evolution. She told us that we should never learn it, we should never think about it, we should never undergo this strange inversion of reasoning. She told us that it would be dangerous. When you tell that to a little kid, two things might happen. One is they might get scared and never want to learn about that subject ever. The other is that they might become really curious. In my case, both things.
I want to know where his twin brother is, what he's up to.
Things happened at once. I wanted to see for myself what would happen if I put in the hard work to actually test out this strange inversion. In my case, this took a long time. It took over a decade. We didn't have the internet back then, not in my house. We did have some encyclopedias that talked about evolution, but I thought my parents believed what their anti-evolution friend believed. It turns out they didn't, but I thought they did, and so I was actually shy to read the encyclopedia, the section on evolution. I remember one time I actually did muster the courage, but my mom walked in on me, and I slammed it shut like it was a dirty magazine. It's kind of sad to think back on that. My parents' friend had really done a number on my brain there, but that was okay. It forced me to go outside and just look at nature, study nature myself. And eventually, my own observations combined with things that I had read, things that I had seen in nature documentaries, it clicked. Here is a picture.
It finally clicked. I came to the conclusion that animals come from completely, entirely different animals.
That I drew shortly after to try to explain the moment that I gained the ability to quickly switch back and forth between understanding how humans go about intelligently designing their machines and then flipping to think about the very different way in which nature generates its machines.
So you ripped off Escher?
Through the process of evolution by natural selection. You could say that it was a backwards bite moment. At this point, I think the concept that evolution could be competent without comprehension is still a little bit fuzzy. So let's explore this idea with a quick thought experiment. After that, we'll move on to the observable evidence demonstrating that evolution has all the tools needed to produce these so-called irreducibly complex systems. Things like the circulatory system or the bacterial flagellum. Things with multiple well-matched parts, all of which it seems...
Perfectly well-matched parts. You see what I'm saying? And he comes to this, he comes to exactly what that book said, a strange inversion of reasoning. That complex, well-matched parts from all of your inductive reasoning that you know about parts and how things work, the fact that things work at all, the fact that human beings often model our own engineered tools after nature. Now, you really have to invert reasoning to say that it's probably a good idea to engineer something with high precision, with a very specific task, and model it after nature if you held that nature accidentally produced it.
At first glance, must have come into existence together from the start. That's actually not the case, but it seems like that at first glance. Okay, the thought experiment. These are the feet of a chicken. I want you to notice there's a little bit of webbing in between those.
Wouldn't the Nephilim be an example? No, the Orthodox conception of it, probably not, no.
Toes, just a little bit. These are the feet of a duck. There's a lot of bit of webbing between those toes. Through the process we just looked at, evolution by natural selection, it's not hard to imagine that if you had a bunch of chickens that were in some sort of an environment where they had to swim in order to find the best food, well, over multiple generations, and biologists might argue about how many generations it would actually take, but over multiple generations, you could get the evolution of webbed duck-like.
See, that's not even what they believe. See what I'm saying? They always teeter-totter between two things. They're like, well, no, there's a random web that happened from a gene that was triggered during embryonic development. That's what Dave said in his conversation with me. And then accidentally, it could either maintain or not. It could be passed down or not, accidentally. But then you'd need another mutation that made the webbing bigger. The existing webbing was just the webbing you had, right? It was just slight. He's saying if you just put ducks in water, eventually you could understand that they develop webbed feet. Well, no, that would be a reaction to stimuli that would have to be pre-coded. Just putting something in water from this view is the thing that's the independent variable. Water somehow triggers webbed feet. What?
Feet from the almost webless feet of a chicken. Some people don't know this, but chickens already can swim a little bit. They're surprisingly good swimmers, actually. This is Roxy the swimming chicken. I'm just showing you a short little clip here. I do recommend that everyone go to the JZoSac YouTube channel. Not sure I'm saying that right. Where you can watch the full thing. Go over there, like and subscribe and all that stuff. But if you released a bunch of chickens on some sort of an island where...
Yeah. Could be that, right? They don't know. They don't know which one it is.
All the best food.
Yeah, put something in the air, grows wings.
If you have enough generations of little sort of bird-like things, and if there's enough of them that jump off of the high tree and die, eventually they will grow wings. I pooped my pants.
Who's in the middle of a lake? Well, there's going to be selection pressure, is what we call it, for swimming. Any chicken that happens to be better than others, or better than average at swimming, will get more food and will reproduce more often than those that are worse.
See, they also go back and forth between a Lamarckian view of this stuff,
where they're like, if there's a chicken and it lives a life in water and it's better than the other chickens.
How is it better than the other chickens? How did you determine it was better than the other chickens for any reason in particular? How would you even know that? How would you even know that one was better than the other because of a particular reason? How would you even know that was true? It's just wild, dude. These people are just, they're like I don't even know how to categorize these people.
Before it could evolve these wonderful webbed feet. It's not that intelligence is not allowed. It's that intelligence is not needed. It's easy to see that this is true.
See what I'm saying? Like you have to exist already for something to be a proper function, accidental function that enhances your ability in water. You have to be already prolific in water. That means you already have the capacity to hunt and use water for that to work, right?
When we're looking at something as simple as webbing between toes. But the process of evolution really does have limitations. Here's a short list of the most important ones. Number 5, Destin, is the one that you seem to be most concerned about. At first glance, the incremental nature of evolution seems to suggest that it cannot produce complex structures like bacterial flagella. This is where careful science comes in.
Oh, careful science. This is where he's going to gaslight you again, I guarantee it. Nothing he's about to say isn't going to be a mere hypothetical with enough time, with the things arranged closely together. Maybe it could do this thing and make a really complex engineering feat like this complex motor that does a thing, has gears. It turns. It's like a turbine. It's like exactly like the way we design things. How did you used to be an evolution advocate if you don't know what a mitosis is? I know what mitosis is. What are you talking about? All you did is take a clip of where I was just like, I don't know what mitosis is, because it was irrelevant. And then you're like, you don't know what mitosis is? It doesn't matter. Mitosis assumes you already have this capacity to do things, right? Cell division, right? Doesn't matter, dude. You have no arguments. I'm literally destroying all of you. You're pathetic.
This is where we have to stop trusting our gut and follow the evidence. Science is the collection and documentation of observations and an ongoing debate about what those observations most likely mean. Despite its limitations, the process of evolution is far more powerful.
That's not my argument. I'm saying Jim Bob never understood. I argue against it perfectly fine. Would you like to call in and have a one-on-one debate and see how well you argue evolution against me? What are you talking about? I'm saying that people who believe in evolution don't understand it. You guys don't even understand evolution. You can't answer basic questions about evolution. You guys don't understand it. You're the one who believes in something that you don't understand.
Powerful than most people understand.
I only took a clip of you saying, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to whether or not evolution can defend itself. The reality is most people who believe in evolution don't understand it. So that's not even a point. It doesn't matter. That's the point. Not knowing what mitosis is doesn't grant you evolution at all, dude.
We don't just think it's powerful. We know it's powerful because we've observed evolution happening in real.
Oh, we actually observed it. Watch. What did he just say? The dude is concerned with what? He said he's concerned with this. Listen to this gaslighting he gives Destin. Such gaslighting.
Structures like bacterial flagella. This is where careful science comes in.
Let's see if he actually cites what science is.
This is where we have to stop trusting our gut and follow the evidence. Science is the collection and documentation of observations and an ongoing debate about what those observations most likely mean.
That's not even close to what science is. That's philosophy, dude. You just described philosophy. The meaning of the external world is philosophy.
Science is looking at the environment and discussing what it means.
No. That's not science. Otherwise, you just describing anything out in the world, even if it's incorrect, is science. Calling me a liar? No, I'm not a liar. What are you talking about? Mitosis is basic cell division.
Despite its limitations, the process of evolution is far more powerful than most people understand. We don't just think it's powerful, we know it's powerful. Because
we know it because, by golly, we observed it.
Because we've observed evolution happening in real time. Starting today and then continuing over the next few weeks, we're going to focus on 4 observed abilities of evolution. And when we look at each one of these, so duplication, for example, here I'm going to show you several examples of duplication inferred in the wild. So no human was there watching.
So the dude, he wants to know about how it is that what constitutes evolution at that micro scale can build the first thing, which is not the first thing, but one of these main things, which is the motor for certain bacterias. And he goes,
well, let's look at goats.
When that evolutionary event occurred,
why didn't you say you knew it? It didn't matter. It just didn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if I forgot it, I didn't know the 3 branches of the government. It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Mitosis. What is it? Cool. How do you get the answer to my questions? Knowing what mitosis is. You don't.
Infer that it happened through comparative anatomy. We infer that it happened because of evidence we have today. Then we'll look at examples seen under domestic.
You don't understand that when you debate, you can bite a bunch of bullets. It doesn't matter. It does not matter, dude. You can bite all of the bullets. You could not know anything, and still it doesn't affirm the other's position that they can't defend.
4-horned sheep evolved from 2-horned sheep in captivity. There were no scientists there to watch it. Instead, it was
they're still sheep.
Sheep herders who were there. But there were people there when that happened.
They're still
sheep. And then finally, for each of these 4 abilities...
They think debate is pop quiz. Yeah, that's all they really have. And you know, optically it works for those guys. Optically it works. You know? Oh, you don't know the language of this thing? Or you don't know this thing on this slot? Oh, what is this? What is this? What is that? What is this? It's like all they have. They have nothing else. They can't affirm and defend their position.
We're going to look at actual direct observations in the laboratory. Evolution is directly observable. So let's dive in.
Yeah, let's see how it's directly observable. Here we go. Let's do this.
Starting with number 1, optimization. This is the simplest tool in evolution's toolkit. Right here, we are looking at a Galapagos tortoise eating fresh grass, one of their favorite foods. Notice that beautiful dome-shaped shell. This is very common for these tortoises on islands with lots of ground vegetation, lots of grasses. But not all of the Galapagos Islands have ground vegetation. Some of the drier islands are covered in cactuses, which is also great food for a tortoise, but the plants grow tall, meaning there is competition among turtles for the cactus pads that can be reached most easily. It appears that this competition has driven the evolution of saddle-shaped shells. This one here is an extreme case, but the tortoises on many of the cactus islands have varying degrees of saddle-shaped shells, a shape that allows the tortoise to stretch its neck extra high.
Cool. Hey, buddy, let me know when you come around to telling me how the tortoise came from not a tortoise, and how the tortoise is, being that it's stretching its neck, is going to not be a turtle at some point.
These tortoises have been optimized by evolution for reach. There's actually a researcher in Alabama, Dr. Ilanya Chiati, who studies how these saddle shells affect the tortoise's ability to right itself if it's ever flipped over. She suspects that this trait might also serve a role there, but results aren't as clear as the obvious advantage when...
Unbelievable, man. It's just amazing. It's almost like they don't... I think they're not aware of it. I honestly think they're not aware that they're totally dodging and not actually addressing anything.
Okay, well, we're going to observe evolution. You know, Destin, my friend, asked a really good question. How does whatever constitutes the evolutionary process build a complex motor system with a task for the bacteria, such as the flagellum? Well, in order to answer this, we're going to have to look at existing animals like tortoises stretching their little necky necks.
How does a purpose-driven mechanisms arise from not purpose? Instead, let's look at these dingly things. Look at the keys. Come on, y'all, empty your pockets. Don't forget to like, sub, and hit the bell. Yes, thank you so much, Leah. Appreciate that. Don't be fake. Don't be a faker. Don't be a faker.
when foraging for food. Here we are looking at what used to be called freshwater dolphins, the Tucuxi river dolphins in the genus Satalia. We thought that these guys lived all throughout the Amazon River, but we actually now know there are two populations. One is a saltwater population. Actually, it's a brackish water population. It can tolerate freshwater for a little bit, but it needs a lot of salt, similar to its fully marine.
Did it always need a lot of salt? Did it? Did it always need a lot of salt? Did it evolve to need a lot of salt? You'd think it would be, adapt and be able to also not need a lot of salt, but it needs a lot of salt.
Dolphin cousins. And then you've got a freshwater version that really can't handle salt at all. If we go down to Brazil, we can see the habitat of these species. Some of the saltwater dolphins, the guianensis dolphin.
It's the same problem I said before. In order for their view of a dolphin that can tolerate high levels of salt and a dolphin that can't tolerate high levels of salt, the dolphin has to expose itself to high levels of salt, right? So what is he saying happened, right? You have to be in the environment to adapt to it, but if you can't survive in the environment in order to achieve your adaptive qualities, then what are you doing, right? It's just more gradualism. They don't explain anything. They don't explain it. All they do is point to existing organisms that have the capacity to reproduce, hunt, fish, defend itself, right? And they go, look, it's seemingly perfectly suited for its environment. And then they go, well, it's suited for its environment because it adapted over time to be. And you're like, well, no, if it was in the environment, right, it has to be in the environment to then adapt to the environment. So obviously, if it's in the environment, it's already adapted to the environment, or else it wouldn't be in the environment.
They can be found all along the coast of Brazil, but most of them live right here. This is an estuary. It's where the river meets the sea. The Amazon River meets the sea. Estuaries are the perfect places for organisms to evolve from saltwater to freshwater because saltwater is heavier than freshwater. It sinks. What this means is that all the organisms living here, they can hang out in the saltwater and then swim up to the freshwater. Maybe they might find certain fish that they like to eat in the freshwater better than in the saltwater, even if they are themselves a saltwater species. Then they can dive back down into the saltwater. And so it's this perfect spot for evolution to start pulling and tweaking, modifying a population for it.
See, what do you mean? Just telling a story, dude. It's more storytelling.
This is a perfect example of how evolution can start tweaking and modifying.
You're just saying it's happening. That's it. That's all you're saying. You're just asserting the thing that Destin, your buddy, is asking how. How does this happen?
Oh, this is a perfect example of me imagining the tweaking and the long amounts of time where the thing's happening that my friend is asking me to explain mechanically, but I refuse. I'm just going to say it happened.
Or a freshwater lifestyle, and that's what's happened here.
Physical processes bleed into biological processes. That's the same category, dumb. What do you mean bleed into? A biological process is a physical process. Devour feculence. If purpose applies to biology, it applies to both. You're so lost in the sauce, dude. You're so lost.
One of the populations of these dolphins evolved through the optimization process of evolution to become fully freshwater. It can now no longer live in saltwater, actually.
That's question begging. Notice how he explained nothing. He just said a story, and he said the story must have happened. That's all he said. That's all he said.
It can only visit there temporarily, and they have now inhabited the entire Amazon River, the rivers entering the Amazon, and you can find them all the way over in Ecuador. If you go to the Stated Clearly website, you'll find that I run a tour in Ecuador, the Evolution Tour. We actually stay at a lodge. It's right here, and these dolphins can be spotted on this tour. They live all the way up here by the Andes Mountains, all the way across the continent. It's amazing how far these animals have gotten from their roots. All right, Destin.
What roots? See what I'm saying? They also arbitrarily say a root, right? They don't have roots. Every root has a previous root. There's no such thing as roots. There's no such thing as roots according to you. Oh, it's so crazy how far they got from their roots, which also isn't really their roots because those animals have previous roots and it's endless regressive roots.
And now we are going to look at one of my favorite...
Where are they still dolphins, John Perry? I'm sorry, I forgot in all of that where you actually showed me where they are on their way to not being dolphins.
Groups of animals.
You forgot that part.
Amphipod.
We can get a dolphin to call in.
I understand that these are not everyone's favorite, but for me they are very special. Quite a diverse group of organisms. Most live in the ocean, some live in freshwater. They're not shrimp, though they do kind of look like shrimp. The reason I love these organisms, Destin, is that, as I mentioned, when I was a very young child, I was shy to read about it.
None of you people could pass 6th grade biology quiz. Y'all should be embarrassed. Yeah, you don't have any arguments. You couldn't pass a basic logic course, clearly. Notice how you're not actually addressing anything being said, right? All you do is insult. That's all you guys have. You're pathetic. And what's good about what's beautiful is that all of the evolution deniers are the ones producing. We're the ones having kids. It's actually our DNA that's going to be dominating the earth, not yours. So, is that selected for?
Evolution, so I had to study it on my own. We had friends that lived out on the coast. We'd visit them a lot, and I loved...
Oh, I can make arguments. Make one. Make one, Frazzle Boy.
Loved playing with amphipods. In the tide pools, there were species that were fully aquatic. I mean, if you take them out of water, the first thing they try to do is they try to get back into the water. They'll crawl and find their way back.
All you do is insults. Okay. All right, buddy.
They like to be fully...
Tighten your bike helmet.
Submerged in water at all times. Other species I noticed, and I noticed this as a very small child, they like to be out of water, but in wet sand and in drying up seaweed. They don't like dry sand. They like wet sand. We call these guys sand fleas because of the way they would jump. Look, he just jumped off my finger there. They have these springy little tails, which we'll revisit later on here. What I noticed about this species is that if you put it in the water...
True, you are unironically correct. Well, the point is, Bob, sir, apparently we're selected. It's selected for to deny evolution. So, glory to God.
They start to get
I love that. That's my favorite part. Is that we are Christians are more evolutionarily fit according to your model than you guys.
Comfortable. It takes several minutes.
Show me one damn biologist in the chat other than me. That's fallacious. That doesn't grant you anything in question. You being a biologist is irrelevant. How many other people are a biologist is irrelevant.
But they start to get anxious. They start to swim around. They start to jump around underwater. And if you give them some sand...
I debated an evolutionary biologist. He didn't do well.
And they immediately climb up to the waterline. They are not comfortable when fully submerged. Now, I now know that the reason for...
They're not comfortable? What does that mean? They have comfort? Oh, I'm sorry. Does sand fleas have discomfort? That's weird. I've already studied logic. Yeah, minimally. Just books.
For this is that they're...
Once it gets it does get very complex technically once you go past rudimentary.
Gills are optimized to be wet but not submerged. They work best when they're wet in the open air. They're getting lots of oxygen from the atmosphere, but they
look, they need all these things. There's all these preconditions for these things to work well, but they also develop those things. You know what I'm saying? Like, so this is what's wild about this view, is there's a constant factory process that makes these things, the things that do well, right? It works well according to the certain environments. But according to this guy, this thing, even this thing, the sand flea, developed these things from not having these things, which also, for them to exist in that environment, in that time, need to be sufficient in their existence. They need to sufficiently exist appropriately to their environment while they're producing sufficient mechanistic traits for another environment? They're already sufficiently in their own environment, right?
They don't do well when fully dried out, and they don't.
Wonder if you can hypnotize yourself into believing in Christianity. I mean, you did it with evolution, so I don't see why not.
Do well when fully submerged. As a little kid curious about evolution and suspicious that evolution might be a thing, this was a huge piece of evidence for me.
That's not evidence, dude. You didn't show any evidence that that thing developed its mechanistic capabilities or further was developed from a previous thing that it wasn't. All he's saying is these things have adaptive qualities to their environment. They do stuff, and the environment matches the stuff that it does. That's all he did. This is sufficient.
I later learned there is a third species, a species commonly known as lawn shrimp, that do not need to be wet in order to survive. Their gills work just fine completely out of water, and in fact, if you get them wet, too wet, if you completely flood your lawn, they will drown. So that's a pretty big slap in the face, a powerful bit of evidence for evolution's ability to optimize a species for
total, not even close, dude. It's just this is amazing that this guy actually did this video and he was like, see, big slap in the face. That's what I need. I got a big slap in my face. Evidence. No, you're starting with the thing. You're starting with things that are appropriately traded for their environment. You're claiming those traits developed through some process. And Destin's question still unanswered. Things die outside of their environment that they're suited for? Wow, that's evidence for evolution? No, it's not. Not even at all. Here's an argument. You guys don't know what mitosis is? We already explained what mitosis is. It's irrelevant. Second argument, radiometric dating. That's not an argument. That's a methodology. You're a dum-dum.
For life in a new habitat.
Don't reproduce.
So there we have a bunch of evidence for
I would take any of you to laundry in a radiometric dating. You guys don't know shit. Cool. Tell me, Hank, what's the margin of error for radiometric dating?
Optimization and evolution in the wild. But of course, no one was there to watch the evolution of these traits evolve. We have to infer that evolution by studying these species and comparing them one to another. But optimization has also been seen under
Doesn't optimization assume... Yeah, exactly, Red Fox. Optimization, that doesn't exist under evolution. Totally incidental. Optimize. What does it mean to optimize? That means like enhancing the efficacy of a system, of a function, of an apparatus. Optimizes. Maybe minimize energy use. Maximize output. Whatever it is, right? From this view, he's saying, look, natural selection decides whether or not something that's effective is good for survival. No. See how he skips out of Destin? If he understood his friend, Destin's interested in the manufacturing aspect. He's not interested in the quality control. He's interested in the process, the conveyor belt. Let me see the assembly line. And nothing what he just said, and this is John Perry's weakness. It's all of their weakness, let's face it. That's why they have such trouble with me, because their weakness is, you saw it with Forrest, you saw it with Professor Dave, you saw it with the Greg biologist guy, you're going to see it with the next guy debate on the 28th. Their biggest weakness is something they can't help as a weakness, because they don't have the capacity to answer the question, is when you focus in on the manufacturing part of the factory, they are so done. They have nothing. They can't say anything. There's nothing they can say. They can't say anything. Before I go to liturgy, how does your religion defend against the fact that it's inherently derived from another culture's lore? That's just not saying much at all. What lore? What are you talking about? You're not saying anything specific at all. And even if there was something that was true or seemingly universal about another culture, even foreign to orthodoxy, if it were true, if the thing that was universal in another culture was actually true and coherent, that would necessitate a very specific worldview being true in order to say those things are true. So I don't know. You're not really asking a deliberate question, right? You're being cryptic.
Domestication. This is the Norwegian Lundhund. It's a puffin hunting dog.
Who wants to call in? Hank?
Dog.
Beautiful. What's the hotline?
Beautiful dog. Unfortunately, this breed is almost extinct. They almost went extinct during World War II, and the ones that are left are really inbred. Their population went down to 6 individuals, and now they actually have a lot of different genetic problems. Breeders are trying to fix this by...
Oh, I'm sorry. Why is it that random mutation is competent, right? All of this stuff is competent without comprehension, but when there's bottlenecks, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, he says, oh, there's a problem now. I'm sorry, your entire philosophy is that animals, in time, solve problems according to their environment. But now there's a problem that it can't solve? That's weird. Why doesn't it solve this problem?
Oh, I don't know why.
Where's the link? It's Discord, dummy. You're going to be the one that educate us, and you don't even know how to get on Discord?
Crossing them with outside breeds and so on, but they have some very unique adaptations for hunting puffins. Puffins live in burrows on the sides of cliffs.
Ooh, puffins.
And sometimes they just dig burrows in the mud, in the dirt. These dogs are the right size to go into those burrows, and they are also extremely flexible. They can get inside of a burrow, a very tight burrow, and they can turn around with ease because of how flexible they are. And look at this. If you don't own dogs, you might not think this is special, this photograph right here. But if you do own dogs, you know that this is incredibly flexible for a dog. Normally, dogs cannot move their arms like that. But the Norwegian Lundhund, not only can it bend its head way back like this, it can put its arms completely out to the side because of how flexible it is. That's not the only adaptation these dogs have. We'll look at more of them later. But this is simple optimization observed under captivity. There are countless examples of optimization.
The boomer cries in agony. I don't know. Where is the link? Where's my wrenches? All my wrenches abandoned me. I'm gonna have to crack down on the wrenches. I need some loyal wrenches around here. You guys are all fired. Not a single Discord link posted.
Just think of all the fruits and vegetables and cattle, and everything that we have domesticated is a modified version of the wild thing, modified through optimization. Mutation plus selection, in this case.
Mutation, yeah, that's the thing Destin's asking about, you little weasel.
Well, we just grant ourselves mutation, and it produces these things like sharp teeth and all these cool features that do stuff, and then we just skip to the selection process. That's what we do around here. That's what we do around here. I gotta piss, hold on.
Is selection by humans. And then we have observed optimization in the laboratory. This experiment is really interesting. This is an experiment by Harvard. They have a giant plate here for bacteria to grow in. Each section of the plate has a different amount of antibiotic in it. So the first plates on the outer sides, they don't have any. The concentration of antibiotics increases as you get towards the center. And watch what happens when they inoculate this plate with bacteria. So the bacteria grows. It grows just fine to that first antibiotic line. Then you get a mutation that occurs, and it allows some of the bacteria to break through that barrier. They can survive with the antibiotic. They struggle, and then they break the second layer. You're seeing multiple lineages evolve at the same time right here, which is really interesting. And when we study the genetics of this, we find that different lineages chance upon different mutations that end up doing the same thing, but differently. Each mutation happens to make the bacteria better at tolerating antibiotics, but different mutations do this through very different mechanisms. The so-called waiting problem in evolution, it's easily handled because, remember, there is more than one way to web a duck. Finally, after 11 days of evolution, this whole thing is just 11 days of evolution, they break through that last barrier. They survive an agar containing 1,000 times more antibiotic than is needed to kill the starting population. This is extreme optimization through evolution directly observed in the laboratory. What a beautiful experiment by
where's
Harvard
Hank?
Researchers. One of the really neat things that we just saw here is that evolutionary time does not just have length. Evolutionary time...
Where'd Hank go? Oh, Hanky Panky. You were really loud, and then suddenly there was a link. Did you run off? Did you get out of here? What happened, buddy? What happened, buddy? Buddy? Oh, buddy. Oh, man. Hanky? Oh, Hanky? Oh, Hanky. Come on. Don't be like that. Don't be a little Hanky. Don't you do that. You weave? Did you weave us? He evolved to leave. Oh, I was excited. Dude, what happened, man? I went potty. I come back. Hank being all loud. Now he's gone? Oh, man. Oh, Hanky Poo. Hanky Poopy? Oh, Spanky. I thought you were going to shine. I thought you were going to shine, shine, shine. Well, let's see what... Reclaimer has to say about the world. So yeah, Reclaimer. I don't trust a damn thing this guy says. If that's true. Not that you believe in prayers or anything like that, but there you go.
I don't know what you mean by you don't trust anything I say. I've been extremely honest and open with you. I think I made one video that you called me a liar because I clipped two different parts of the...
Yeah, you clipped two different contexts of talking about something. Deliberately.
The same live...
I'm in the Discord. I highly doubt that, but let's take a look. Let's see if that's true. You got to go to a live stream VC, dude. Here. Let's do this. This is going to be beautiful. There we go. Got to go to the live stream VC, Hank. Come on, Hank. I'm in the Discord. Come on, Hank. Shut up, Hank. You guys suck at this shit. I'm already in the Discord. No, you're not. You're not in the live stream VC, dummy. You big dum-dum. You got to get in the live stream VC, dum-dum. Cowards, we're literally waiting for you in the live stream VC. Come on, Hank. You're a liar. You're not here. I don't see you in my live stream VC right now, sir. Walk away. Dude, you're a liar. Look, he's lying. I'm in the VC. Look, I'm right here. You got Jake. You got Chris. You got me. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, he's calling me a chicken? These people. Every time.
Where Mr. Hanky at?
Yeah, where is he? What do you mean chicken? I'm literally here. Get in here. You're not in the Discord. Thank you, Vagine. Come on, buddy. Don't be scared. Come on. Hanky. You got to get it. Do you know how to enter a voice chat? Hassler OG. He thinks that signing up for Discord means he's just there when we find him like it's the wilderness or something like this.
He doesn't have to be verified to get in yet.
He doesn't. He doesn't need to do anything. He just has to go to live stream VC at Made by Jim Bob. Lion Hank. Lion Hanky. Poor Hanky. Come on, Mr. Biologist. Sorry, I don't use Discord every day like you got. Yeah, so you got nothing, dude. You can't even figure out how to get here. Let's go, buddy. We're all waiting for you. Mm-hmm. Snake. Yeah, not here. Not here. Waiting for him. Jim Bob doesn't post his Discord. I do too. How do you think Hank got in here, Bo? How do you think he got in here? He's on Discord, not Facebook. Unbelievable, you guys. Unbelievable. Got a whole lot of yapping going on. Post the VC in general. It's made by Jim Bob, dude. What do you mean? What are you, a dum-dum? Can a mod help this poor schmo out? It's hilarious. Especially, he says, real special boy. You're a real special one, aren't you, Hank? Are you at Made by Jim Bob's? Can you see where we're at? Do you see this? Do you see this? Right here, dude. Right here, the chat, the voice chat's right here. Live stream. You see all these people who figured out how to get here, but you didn't? Apparently natural selection's not working right now. He is a hassle, isn't he? Frankly, he's a hassle. All these people figuring out how to get here, but you're just like, good. He needs a rotary phone. You gotta maybe put your helmet on, Hank. Hank's lost. He's just lost it. Just waiting on Hank. Maybe Christianity helped our civilization by giving it scaffolding for science and technology. I mean, Bobby's surname, it's just your idea of what helping is arbitrary, right? Help it what? Science and technology can harm humanity too. So science and technology isn't a goal. Science and technology is a tool. So it doesn't tell us anything about how to use science and technology. Then again, Roman Empire rose without Christianity. The argument isn't whether or not societies can rise up without Christianity. So that's not an argument anyone made. So my opposition is like, I don't know. I don't know what is it, meth day? This is the smarty pants I'm supposed to tangle with today. The guy can't even figure out Discord. Sheesh, man. Sheesh, man. You guys don't understand anything. I literally can't figure out how to click a call-in link. Oof. It's rough. It's rough out here. Come on, Hank. You can do it. It's just a link, buddy. How do you deal with the dating of fossils? Do you believe they're actually 6,000? Well, fossils, the dating of fossils, when their own methodology can determine something's like, has the margin of error of 10,000 years and 40 million years, then it says all you need to know about their methodology, which is why I would ask any of these people what the margin of error is. How would they would know the margin of error? The VC link, is that him in the watch party VC? That would be so funny if he's the only one in the watch party VC. He's like, it must be this one, not the other one with 12 people. Oh boy, this is rough. This is rough. There he is. Now you got to figure out how to unmute, Hassler. Can you do that? Can you figure out how to unmute now?
Jim Bob, can you hear him? I can hear her.
You can hear him? I can't
We can hear him. Yeah, I can hear him.
You can? Huh. Someone else speak.
Yeah.
Someone else speak.
Zdravo.
I can hear that. Can anyone else hear him? I can hear all of you guys speaking, but not him. Why is that? Huh. Oh.
Check your settings if he's muted.
Oh, he was already muted. That's funny. That means he already called in probably.
I have.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're
didn't last long. I just hung up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So yeah, what do you want to talk about, Hank?
Oh, what do you want to talk about?
Well, the topic was evolution.
Let's talk about mitosis. Tell me one thing about mitosis.
It's just basic cell division.
Really? How many cells does it make?
I don't know. Tell me.
You don't know how many cells it makes?
I want to get to
how many cells does mitosis make?
I don't know. Tell me. You
don't know how many cells mitosis makes? And
no,
you're talking about evolution on
a
fucking live stream?
That's right.
Sorry.
Okay. So you're getting upset. Why don't we just get to what do you think evolution is and see if you can defend it?
What I think evolution is?
Yeah, define it for us.
Oh, what do you think evolution is if you know so much about it?
Okay. Evolution would be the process by which the variations... Nope. You got to let me finish, dude.
No, if you get it wrong, I'm not going to let you finish.
Okay, then what is evolution?
Well, these are facts. If you get a fact wrong, I'm allowed to interrupt you.
Okay, go ahead. What's evolution?
It's a change in allele frequency over time.
Okay, so if there's changes in allele frequency over time, does it entail that one organism over time becomes a different organism?
Not at all. Why would you even think that? One organism the organism dies and has a child, and that child is different than it.
No. I'm saying
does that not make sense to you?
No, I'm saying
the organism remains the organism it is, and then dies, and it has a child.
No, we're not.
We're not different than it. Do you get that part? You're different than your parents.
We're talking about the.
Are you the same as your parents?
We're talking about the universal.
Or are you different than your parents?
We're talking about the universal.
You can't answer that question because you're afraid to answer it.
We're talking about the universal.
Are you the same or different than your parents?
Are we human?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, am I a human or my parents are a human, right?
Human's a loose category.
Okay, are your parents humans?
Yeah, it's a loose category.
Okay, so they are humans. Evolution posits that humans came from non-humans back in time.
No. Evolution, what are you talking about?
Evolution.
Dude,
you don't know the first thing about evolution. You can't say what it posits.
Does evolution hold that humans...
You don't know the first thing about mitosis either.
Does evolution come...
I'm going to posit that it says anything.
Okay, if you can't engage with me, I'm just going to kick you.
I'm engaging with you. I'm engaging straight on the facts.
Okay, does evolution posit that humans, the humans we see today, human beings, back in time have an ancestor...
Evolution doesn't posit anything on its own. I mean, people analyze stuff using it.
All right, I'm not going to... It's just... Okay. He's not a serious person. I'm going to learn the Jay Dyer process. So if he's not going to engage with anything, I'm just asking a basic fundamental question. Human beings are a category today that exist. Evolution holds that we come from a common ancestor that's not evolution. That's not human, right? Hassler?
And are you saying we came from something that's not human?
I'm asking you a direct question.
If evolution says that?
I'll ask you a question, and maybe we'll do it this way. You repeat the question I asked if you need that. So,
okay.
Human beings is a category today that under the evolutionary view have an ancestor way back in time.
Why are you saying anything about evolution? Say what you think is the category.
All right, just
or whatever.
Just kick him.
Oh, coward, chicken.
Yeah,
chicken.
Just kick him.
You can't even talk about evolution.
Just kick him. That guy's retarded.
Or can't even define category.
What's that?
I said he couldn't even define category.
Are you an evolution proponent too?
No, I'm saying he couldn't define.
Oh, yeah. No, well, he couldn't even engage with just basic words. He was like emotionally, he was like methed up or something. But yeah, he admitted right off the bat that even evolution, even a category called human, he was like, wow, it's very loose. Okay, well, that's one of the critiques actually, is that it's very loose. And so if you can't answer very basic questions about evolution, and you're going to spurg like that, I mean, there's nothing to do there. And he was the one.
You just don't understand. It's smart people can't answer questions. Dumb people can.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because, when biologists, these are the people who are supposed to be teaching, right? But if that guy was a biologist and he was the one teaching, imagine a teacher acting like that if a student's asking a question. Can you imagine that? Like what that would be like? But that's how you know it's not about information and truth. It's about some other thing, and they emotionally get charged from it for no reason. If you were just asking basic questions, all right, let's go with evolution. What is this thing? Changes in allele frequency. Okay, does that mean that universal categories like this or that become other things over time? That category changes so much that it becomes a different category. But he didn't want to engage with any of it, so it's unfortunate.
Hey, Jim Bob, how old is the Earth?
How old is the Earth, from my view?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe somewhere, I would maybe say like 10,000 something years.
Okay, I like that.
But that's another question I like to ask them, is they're very certain on the age of the Earth, but they don't have a creation of the Earth, so they're like, they can't even tell you when a human life begins, and then they tell you the age of the Earth is like whatever billion years, and you go, okay, well, what are you measuring? And they're like, parts of the Earth, and you're like, okay, does parts of the Earth come from a place in time that precedes the shape of the Earth and what it is? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, all right, well, that's the end of your methodology for determining the age of the Earth then.
Yeah.
It's pretty much over. Yeah. It's too bad. I really wanted to engage with him, and he was already so pumped up. He was not going to be led to a foolish end, but yet his avoidance of that made him the fool. Poor guy. All right. Well, if there's no more opposition in the chat or in Discord, I'll just leave and come back when it's possible to come back. So.
That I want to have a debate about my shoulders being wider than yours.
Are they though? All you need to do is frame mog me. All you need to do is turn on your camera and frame mog me.
No, I think I'm gonna let you. I'll let you have.
See how I changed my posture? I straightened my back and my shoulders got bigger, just like that.
All right, man. God bless.
Later. All right. Well. That's unfortunate, Hank. You did terrible, Hank. Terrible. Terrible person, too. Really. That's the thing is, like, all you have to do is stay focused on what you're defending evolution is. It shouldn't have been that hard, dude. Without spurging, right? Couldn't answer a single question, the poor guy. I Rizmogged Hank. I just stayed quiet, stayed very calm with someone like that. Imagine him doing biology. Dude, what is he smoking? All right. Actually, let's move back to this.
Stream, but I'm going to stand by that. The reason you keep talking about evolution is because of your religious worldview. I don't know why you're trying to run from that. So,
no, that's fallacious, Reclaimer. The reason I talk about evolution because it's something that's taught to every person in the public school, and there's an entailment of evolution. First of all, that's there's a bad consequence, but further, I'm just critiquing it from the inside, Reclaimer. Now you see what happens when you try to critique evolution from the inside. You wind up with Hanks.
Oh, thank you for the prayers, by the way. No, I don't think they do anything, but I think they're just an expression of sympathy, which is cool.
It sounds like coping. What sounds like coping? Did you see how that guy acted? Do you think that guy acted appropriate, Bobby's surname? Did you listen to the conversation? Do you think that guy acted appropriate, like he was ready for just a conversation? No.
The guys in your chat were cool about this. I didn't bring up my dad for sympathy or anything. We were talking about, every time I open my mouth, someone demands I account for consciousness or the mind or the difference between the mind and the brain. And, in my worldview and everything I've researched, everything in my experiences.
Hank shows up, annihilates me? What? Roop? Let's ban Roop now. I don't like dishonest people. Just get him out of here. I have to clean up the hallway, you know what I mean? I can't let too much low tier stuff creep in. I got to get him out of here. Just get him out of here. Roop, you're done. See, I'm trying to find honest atheists who are like, that wasn't good. Who aren't afraid to say, yeah, that was a bad engagement. I wish you guys could actually talk about evolution. But you don't. You're sick. You're sick people. You're going to die alone.
There's no difference. I brought up my dad because it's a powerful, strokes in general, just like brain damage and a lot of other things. If our consciousness is the soul, is our soul, and I don't know if you guys are saying that this soul dictates the person we are. Is it a blank slate when we're born? I'm not sure about that, but if our consciousness is the soul and it doesn't come from the brain and it's a metaphysical gift from God or whatever, then my dad's stroke, what was so shocking to me and my sister is it's changed everything about the man. This is a stranger now wearing a dad suit. I don't know who this man is. I could go on for hours, but that's what's so shocking. And, medically I understand, a blood clot, you have stroke, there's some damage to the brain, but why?
Hank was but he was insufferable. You can only take so much of that, right? It's like, of course this is dry compared to someone spurging, but I don't want my channel to be just sourcing people who are spurging out like Hank.
Does that correspond exactly with the changes of the personality, or what you would call the mind or the consciousness, right down to what the man wants to eat?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no man from the start anyway. This is what's so kind of frustrating about Reclaimer here. His position means there was never a dad to begin with. It was already a skin suit. So when he says, oh man, my dad had a stroke, prayers to him. My dad had a stroke, and now what he is or who he is to me is completely different than who he was before. So he's saying the who-ness is not consistent, right? But the thing is, if what you're saying was true to begin with, there never was a who to your dad anyway. That was an illusory too. This is why this isn't a good argument to say, well, look, when the hardware of the brain breaks or there's something that dysfunctions, then the result seems to be dysfunctional and inconsistent with something. And they're saying, well, therefore, the who-ness of the person or the soul, the knower, the one who desires things, changes, and I don't know my dad anymore because he's fundamentally doesn't map on today. He doesn't map onto all of my memories of him before, but he's failing to understand that even if your dad didn't change, you'd still be holding the position that whatever you thought he was, who he was illusory. Completely. There was never a who to begin with. And that's why who someone is versus what someone is, to say what something is just their brain and the body, there is never a who to begin with, dude.
The thing he's hated his whole life, green vegetables, he's just chowing down on. And when I bring it up, it's like, he's just like, I mean, he's aware of it, but it just doesn't care. Like, it's just who he is now.
No, there is no who. That's the problem, dude. You notice how Reclaimer is affirming the thing he denies. The who doesn't exist. That's illusory. There's only a what. Pure what. So you could only say what something is. There is no who. That would be splitting the thing you deny. The difference between the knower, the person, the being, and the brain itself, that the being has that. The being has a brain. But you're saying that's all one thing. It's just the brain. It's just the body. That's an it. That's not a who. So he's in a contradiction here. In order for him to say there's a fundamental difference of who my dad is after the stroke, in contrast to who he was before the stroke, to say there's a distinction there is to affirm the thing that you're actually denying, which is there's a distinction between who and what. Why are you so surprised? From your view, there's only an it. There was just an it.
It's bizarre. The man's whole aura is different. When I mean aura, I don't mean like a woo-woo crystal rubbing thing. Just, the combination of traits that make us us. The body language. The eyes. The eyes are different. It's hard to explain. Just the way he looks at you, just his eyes are different. It's just... we've been dealing with this since...
No, there is no his eyes, bro. Reclaimer, there's no his eyes. He is his eye. There is just the eyes and the brain. There's just an it, dude. He is a metaphysical thing you deny. There is no he. Nowhere in the matter is there a he or a who. Nowhere.
Last year, I'm still getting used to it. He's got a series of them. They look like firecrackers on the MRI, but that's the thing.
He doesn't understand. No, he doesn't understand any of the arguments, dude. This guy. Fascinating creature, by the way. But yeah, he doesn't understand this makes my argument. He's literally affirming in his video a bunch of things.
I keep looking for some evidence for your worldview on consciousness as far as something that we can identify is mind independent.
Yeah, you just did it for me. Who? There was a guy who was your dad who had a brain. Your dad who had a brain that went through a stroke. And now from your view, there's ostensibly a new who, but that's the thing that you deny, bro. So you're like, I need evidence for this split between brain and being. And you keep referring to your dad as a who.
Is brain independent? Right? Mind, body, and...
Recognizing the change of a normal self affirms, yes, yeah, there's a who in his reference. There's a who. And there's a him himself, right? Him, Reclaimer himself is participating in the energy of a who. Now, if he really believed he was a what, and there was only a what, he's just a thing, there is no he, it is a thing, its brain, it body, it. It's making a video about it. Dad. It.
Independence is what we're looking for. That's what you're...
Yeah, who let the dogs out? It. What let the dogs out? Now, this is actually about more than this just this video, because like the whole Troons thing or transhumanism, notice how the transhumanist view and the Troons view, and they're compatible, is that it's people leaning closer toward themselves as an it, like a noun, like a collection, it's not a being, it's not a person, it's an it. And its can change. This is the problem when you reject this view that you are who you are and what you are connected. Who you are is proper to what you are, but who you are can't be exactly what you are. Or if that were the case, you doing this examination of your dad, totally illusory, doesn't even, just like, neither here nor there.
That's what you guys constantly keep claiming, that consciousness is this unexplained phenomenon. No, it's not what the brain does. It's not from the brain. It's not in the brain. It's just, you know, so like, where is that? And why does our worldview so perfectly account for everything? I did a deep dive.
Your worldview accounts for everything? Holy crap, bro.
If I was going to make a video, but I suck at making videos and the information is overwhelming. Everything we know about neuroscience just confirms that whatever we call consciousness is just an emergent property of brain states.
Cool. That was just a brain state then. Whatever you just said was just a brain state, and it arised from some previous biological set of dominoes, bro. Your own propositions. They don't understand why this is so absurd and fatal to their own position. It's completely absurd, epistemically absurd.
And I think in that same stream, you're like making fun of emergent property.
Yeah, I would be determined to.
Which is, I don't know, if in our worldview, that's just another way to say.
No, see what he's saying? Our worldview, like there's people. He's affirming through the whole video. He's affirming the thing he denies, that there's an our separate from the it. What is this our from our worldview? You mean materialists? They're material. Materialists aren't people. They're just material. There's no such thing. Right? There's no such thing.
Sum of parts generates an effect X, like a magnetic field, right? Like a magnetic field is just an emergent property of magnetism. It's not...
No, it doesn't. What? No, it's a property. It's not an. What do you mean emergent?
It's not some woo-woo mystical thing. It's just so anyway. So yeah.
No, it's an effect. That's an effect of physics, dude. It's not this calling that an emergent property is like saying like the mist off of the boiling water is an emergent property.
Yeah. I keep getting challenged by you and the guys in your chat who are very cool, by the way. Very cool this time about my dad, and I appreciate that. But again...
Also, the magnetism doesn't even work because emergentism is about lowered states elevating to some sort of higher states. You have no basis to say magnetism, the effect of magnets coming together or repelling each other, is a higher state of a lowered state. That's not even, I don't even think that's a good example of emergentism.
I guess I don't know why consciousness is such a win.
In all seriousness, why not learn some logic? I have learned some logic, and I have learned some biology as well. But, in all seriousness, even if I was completely absent of any foundation of logic or reasoning or biology, I could still be a dummy in a bubble asking these people the same questions about evolution and they would still go unanswered, completely unanswered.
For you guys, but besides the fact that, you know, it seems so hard to believe that, what is it, the fallacy of personal incredulity, right? And there's a qualia to life, of course.
Qualia? No, nope, that's not found in nature. There's no qualia found from this materialistic view that everything's just matter.
Again, we've done experiments where people have lost that part of the brain that generates emotions, and the qualia, what you guys would call the qualia of life, goes to shit. So is it just the fact that we feel that this existence is so special, that we just have this conscious existence that we feel is special and unexplainable? And
there's no we, dude. There's no explain. He's like making a video trying to affirm that things can be explained, while his own view is that we only feel like things can be explained. And he doesn't see the problem in doing that. Or he's like, yeah, no. Isn't it just the case that we as humans particularly have this weird illusory feeling that we can explain things? By the way, let me do an explanation of that.
And can't be reduced to brain states, except when we remove the ability to generate emotions, well, a lot of that feeling just goes away.
Incredulity wouldn't, incredulity would just be another emergent property of a brain. You couldn't be wrong about incredulity, especially from the evolutionary view. Incredulity itself would either be advantageous or to survival or not. I mean, it would just be another thing. It is exhausting. I can't really take much more of it, but it's just so. This is where these people are, This is where their philosophy is. This is where materialism has led people. It's so nutty and broken and nihilistic, and they admit you can't know anything from this view. They admit it, and they're just like, they don't have a problem with it. They're like, yeah, and I'm like, why are you in my chat? Why are you arguing? Why are you making a video? If your entire worldview is that there's no real, not only purpose to making the video, but you couldn't even examine the truth of the video to begin with. I miss Hank. I think he was so far ahead. Oh, he was far ahead. He was 9 lines of coke in. It's a shame he acted like that. I really wanted a back and forth with him, but he just didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. Jim Bob thinks humanity came from incest. Well, some level of incest, would probably occur from both views. So that's not really a gotcha. The question is whether or not genetics itself comes from a pure place and then falls away from it, which case the effects of what you would normally think is incest at some point, the question is whether or not it produced negative outputs at all times. So, but even from your view, DeModrick Williams, aka basketball player, why would incest be wrong from your view anyway? I mean, what is that? Is that a moral argument from your view? What are you talking about? Omnibus says, Jim Bob can't understand biology or logic, but he believes you refuted one of the most supported scientific theories. Call in and tell me how it's a scientific theory. I dare you. Come on. You just made a claim that evolution is one of the most supported scientific theories in human history. Please call in to the Discord right now and defend that claim. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Come on, Rhombus. Come on, Rhombus. Trust God's written word, men, thousands of years, 10,000. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's not even a... If you're being facetious, that's kind of funny, but if you're being serious and snarky, the amount of time that passes doesn't dictate whether something's true or not. We got all the smarty pantses, huh? No, I'm not going to ban you. If you actually engage with me one-on-one, then I won't ban you. No. That guy was insufferable. What are you talking about? You're going to really pretend that that guy actually engaged with me in good faith? You guys are sick, man. You should be locked up. All of you. No, I won't ban you. You just said, let's focus on your claim. Call in right now, focus on your claim that evolution is a supported scientific theory. You do that. You go ahead and try that on me. No, all of you, all the cretins I'm talking about. All the cretins. You know, part of me wants to just like, even though I don't believe it, just like fully adopt a Darwinian winner-take-all evolutionary view. You know, I could see why some of the right wing is tempted by that, honestly. I could totally see that. He's not going to call in. It's unfortunate. You banned Hank for doing that like 5 minutes ago. Doing what? You think he engaged in good faith? Are you really going to say that? Watch it back, dude. That was not good faith. He didn't grant a single thing. He was just like, no, I'm not even going to grant you evolution is this. Oh, I said, does evolution posit that we all come from something that's not human? It's a really basic question. He didn't engage with it, okay? It's not that big of a deal, dude. You guys could admit when people are dumb, right? You could admit when your own side is stupid, right? Or no? It was insufferable how he explained biology. He didn't explain anything to me. He didn't explain anything, dude. Another bad-faced person, dude. He engaged in good faith. All right. Get Rhombus out of here, too. Bye, Rhombus. You're banned. I don't like demons. I hope you all die. What can I say? You don't deserve to live. That's my position. Lord have mercy. Get him out of here. Get this guy out of here. Out. You're done. Bye-bye. Be gone, demon. I'm not kicking everyone, dude. I'm not kicking everyone. Kicking these terrible people, dude. They're not being good. They're not being good people. Culture Cats, I couldn't even get this guy on my Discord to just answer one question about what he believes evolution is. He just would just refuse. You can watch it back, dude. He'd be insufferable even on your channel. You'd be like, oh gosh, stop it. Behave. So aggressive too. Evotards don't deserve debates until they learn manners. Yeah, there's plenty I've debated with good manners. They're perfectly fine engaging, right? They're not all hyped up on some substance, clearly. I mean, the other guy, the last guy I debated was pretty good. The guy I'm about to debate on the 28th I've watched his videos. He's well composed. And that's how that'll go. Well composed. Even with me. Nasty little gibbons. Nasty little gibbons. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why would anybody want to listen to that? It's frustrating. It's like talking to my children don't even throw those like fits, but I've seen other children do it. And it's like you got to send them to their room. Too many people think that no one can truly tell when they're being disingenuous. Yeah. Yep, it does require some patience. So there's no one who believes in evolution who can actually defend it? Well, I think they might know it takes something to defend. I know that people think, well, it's so obvious, it's so well supported. They can say all that, but if that were the case, it could stand up to really basic criticisms. And I think that, it doesn't. It doesn't actually stand up to pretty basic criticisms at all. All propositions are dogmatic. I kind of agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with dogma itself, but you just got to admit what the dogma is. Does the ortho lore go with the three sons of Noah interpretation of race? I don't know what you mean by that question. Race? Christian paradigm has peoples. If you mean race, we hold that there's one human race made in the image of God. So, but peoples, nations, exist. That distinction exists. You don't automatically hold assumed compatibility between peoples and nations. Like suddenly, just because they're all of the category made in God's image, that their cultures are compatible and you could just mush them together. That's not even true for Orthodox Christians. Thank you so much for that. You know, there's a problem when Jim Bob has been debating this for a year, has not gotten a single answer for how. No, they can't answer how. And I'm glad Destin is actually asking that question, because he's the one who, I don't know, he didn't cause any real trouble, I wouldn't say, but he was the one who gave a speech to NASA, kind of annoyed with the supposed timeline. I'm sure he was probably called a flat earther after that event. He was kind of like, this is absurd. Your guys' timeline doesn't make any sense. What you guys are capable of and now what you're doing doesn't make any sense. Do races arise from microevolution? No. A race of something assumes, Bobby, sir, that there is a universal static category for it. So what you guys keep calling microevolution is really just pointing to creatures of any certain category have the capability of altering and adapting. They never evolve into something they're not. Never. They can't do it. That's not possible. It's not observable, but it's assumed, as long as you add time, it's assumed that a universal thing of a category can move away from itself into a new category. But that would be just an endless category anyway. It doesn't even make sense. That's why they have such a hard time when I critique cladistics and this kind of species change jumps. That isn't to say you can't say there's a variation of species of a category, but when they say the category itself changes over time, it's a gradualistic thing that doesn't have any distinctions. There's no distinctions of something that over time produces entirely new natures of what the category is and what it does. There would be no moment to say, oh, it's a new thing. They don't have that. That's why they have trouble with the questioning. That's a big problem when they start explaining back in the day, right? It's a big problem. Can you explain Agrippa? It's a philosophical problem. It's a trilemma where anything leads necessarily to circular reasoning or some sort of dogmatic approach or what's the third one? Infinite regress. And so that's a epistemic conundrum from the classical foundationalist approach. I know that you disagree with the idea that life can arise from inorganic matter. Just want to know if we ever achieved abiogenesis in a lab, would your mind change on that? Well, that would just mean that human minds can engineer such a thing, and it would still constitute mind direction toward that happening. But no, I think would just be like, that would require that third element. So the problem with the whole question is life coming from non-life without the hands of life. That's what you need, right? Without the hands of life, life comes from non-life. How do you do that? You can't do it in a lab. So if you said you did it in a lab, you didn't do it in a lab, because that's not what's being claimed is happening, right? That's including life. So life didn't come from non-life in that scenario. Life came from life manipulating non-life. That's where it came from. So it's like, that's the problem, that you have an influencer. You have a check mark in the process. The fried Toronto chicken Rex with the white gravy I had for brunch was delicious. God bless you and all of Jortlandia. Thank you for that. No one is allowed to question the cult of evolutionary mythology. Anyone who does is banned from their bubble. Yeah, academically, they're at least made a pariah socially. Evolution is not a process. Quote, also changes in allele frequency results in a process. Exactly. Exactly, Will Emanuel. Jim Up says, seeing abiogenesis would not change his mind. No, you just totally missed what I just said. Get him out of here. Ban him. You're banned for life, too. I don't like liars. Burn in hell. Burn in hell. This guy, get him out of here. I very specifically just qualified what I said, is that if you do something in a lab, you're manipulating it with a mind with intention of doing that thing. That wouldn't be really abiogenesis. That would be something else. That would be evidence of humans capable of mimicking what they think abiogenesis is. Okay? That's what that would be. If Agrippa's trilemma were true, wouldn't it ultimately destroy the possibility of knowledge? Yeah. Which is kind of ironic, because they go, well, nobody can escape it. And you're like, what about that statement? But the problem there, Christopher, is they think circular reasoning ultimately has to be rejected, and it's a bad thing, ultimately. But it's really not, because if Agrippa's trilemma was true, could Agrippa's trilemma being true make its way through Agrippa's trilemma, right? Could it do that? Well, this points to some sort of ultimate recursion that's necessary. So that means that one of these things need to be fine. Maybe two. Maybe a dogmatic assertion and circular reasoning. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe there's another option. Maybe there's a fourth arm there, that there could be an eternally uncreated being, the grounding of all truth and everything else. The grounding of all preconditions for all things, including knowledge. Maybe they necessarily self-exist to avoid all three. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's an option. Maybe that's an option. Sean says abiogenesis isn't supposed to happen post-life being here. Yeah, you actually couldn't do it, right? I mean, theoretically, what is claimed, you couldn't actually do it because you have all this life, so you could never know. You could never know whether you did it. You could never know. Impossible to know. It is. It's all bad faith, dude. They're all demons. They got nothing. They just have to purposely not calculate it in a calculated manner, misinterpret what you're saying. I don't understand your position. If it's possible for a particular X that instantiates universal Y to come from particular Z, does that not instantiate universal Y? You're going to have to use more natural language. I talk like a normal human being. Pretend I'm at 7-Eleven, okay? Okay, bear with me. Does this make sense? If we observed another planet and it had life, couldn't it have affected by Earth? Well, you wouldn't know which came first of all. So if you said could have been affected by Earth, if there were two Earths and they both had instances of life, you'd have to decide who got it first, right? But no, you would still be, what still would be in question is the initial life. So no, it wouldn't solve the problem. You would just observe more life somewhere and you'd be like, oh, how did that life come up? It doesn't give you the jump, it just gives you more life. Time and chance. Yeah, time and chance are better engineers than human minds. That's right. So now you're convinced of panspermia? It's just unbelievable, these people. I just honestly would be the worst king. I would find you and I would decapitate you, like in front of the whole peasant class, right? If I were the king, like back in the day. No, I'm not convinced of panspermia. That's just kicking the can down the road, dude. That assumes life. Panspermia is just life exists out there and came here. I'm not convinced of that. That still needs a source of life. Doesn't make any sense. You can ask the atheist if the absolute reality of physicalism, naturalism, would the absolute be a dogma within the Agrippa trilemma? You could ask that, but you could do sharper cuts to physicalism because things like dogmas or trilemmas, which are conceptual, have no real existence. A trilemma, where's that? What the? You see that trilemma I just went by? Oh man, I stepped in a trilemma on the way to work. Damn. My favorite is the butterfly caterpillar liquefying, becoming a butterfly, then mating. They had to be protocol liquefiers, which were, yeah, dude, I looked at, Lucas, I was looking into the monarch butterfly. So wild. Like the caterpillar that it is. And not only that, the little sort of sarcophagus it makes itself with it beautiful, almost 24 karat gold stripe across the top. And then it defeats death. And that liquefaction process is wild. It's simultaneously eating itself and a liquid form while it's eating its composition. The liquid form is ordered to build. I mean, this is like Westworld stuff. That the liquid inside the chrysalis is actually building simultaneously while it's the result of death. Accidentally, incidentally. Oh, it just kind of happened to do that, and that was advantageous. It was, you know what it was? Over billions of years, it was advantageous for the caterpillar to accidentally die, build a beautiful tomb, liquefy itself, and have liquid incidentally be the building blocks that builds wings. You guys are nut jobs. Truly.
Jim Bob, if sperm is living and eggs are living, why do they evolve to join and make another organism instead of evolving to survive on their own?
That's a good point, Vagine. Because they're inextricably tied to the nature of the thing they're a part of. Absolutely. Great question, Vagine. Even Vagine understands it. No. It was incidental. It incidentally built a beautiful blue sarcophagus with a gold line through it, and it liquefied itself, and the liquid actually figured out randomly, incidentally, how to build an entirely new structure. Accidentally. A structure. And by the way, a butterfly, for it to be able to fly properly, the kind of precision the wings need to have. These people. Nutters. Absolute nutters. I would say trillions of years. Trillions of years does it. For no reason, too. Also, don't forget that, guys. No reason. Make sure you include no reason, please. Panspermia? Well, that's there. You know what? That's going to come back, Crispy, is because that's going to be the link to their intelligent design. If there's aliens, you have ID, right? Oh, thanks, Justin. Appreciate you. Yeah. If there's aliens, you have intelligent design. Now, you have to have that someone design that or whatever, but at least you have, from their view, the jump for atheists and secularists to something they've spent almost, how many years arguing against ID. They will adopt an ID. They will adopt an ID. And they're going to be like, our ID is better than yours. And then they migrate, yeah. And they migrate. It's pretty sure that Jim Bob can't handle the fact that all logical reasoning and facts go against his worldview. No, logical reasoning and facts justifies my worldviews. You don't have logical reason and facts in your worldview. You don't even have the ontology of a fact in your worldview, dude. Go review my debate with Planet Peterson. Facts, do facts exist under the naturalistic worldview? Please tell me where they are, sir. Get wrecked, pig. Devour feculence. Send him to the guillotine. Nice. How long was year one before the Earth existed? That's a good question. What was a year before the Earth was formed accidentally through an explosion? What was a year? I'm happy. I'm really happy about the lane I'm in, honestly. Because everyone has their thing. And evolution really is a thing that I really like focusing on. So I'm not going away. I'll do other topics, of course. When we hit so hard, you guys need a break. Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. But I'm not going anywhere. I mean, these people are they're like a bunch of angry, rabid dogs in a corner, the way they're acting. But you don't actually know how to do logic. You're just saying, look, dude, under your review, there's no such thing as a fact. There's not even under your review, not even a proper way to do logic, dude. Call in. I dare you. Call in. We'll see. You're the one talking from the stands. You can just call right in. Look, dude, there's a little thing called Discord. You don't have to keep getting banned from the chat where you are safe. You can just go to the unsafe place called the Livestream VC. And you could tell me under the naturalistic view how you have facts, please. It's said that moths are attracted to the flame, they're attracted to the same light frequency as the moon. You'd think they'd evolve that out by now. Yeah, interesting. Chase, interesting. My rephrased question, is it possible for a particular that is in category Z to come from a different particular that is not in category Z? Well, when you say come from, are we talking about biologically? Like an ant? Because we've been talking about evolution. I need to be certain what you're talking about here. Is it possible for a particular that is in category Z, let's say it's an ant, to come from a different particular that is not in category Z? No, I don't think so. It's still an ant. Whatever that is still, it's coming from a version of itself. So I'd say no. Still don't know how the margin of error is large. They haven't proven. How can you prove it? You can't look from the current model of cosmology. You can't prove how old the Earth is at all. Forget it being 14 billion, whatever it is. They can't prove from their model how old the Earth is because the Earth doesn't have a birth date. It doesn't have a start point. There's no start point. It's gradualism. There is no beginning of the Earth from their view. It's not even a time issue. It's like, it's a problem that's the same problem in evolution, which is there is no thing called an Earth. You can't tell me when that thing started. It's an aggregate of pre-existing matter from their view. There's no start to it. You can't say the age of it is this because the age, what it is in its form, is made up of things that are older than it. That's like the flute example. If you found a flute and you say, and you test the age of the wood, you can't say the age of the flute is the age of the wood. You can't say that. Because that's a form that you made from wood. And if the earth is a form, that's what you're distinguishing the earth is from pre-existing form, matter, then what are you testing? What is it you're saying the age of? Now, coincidentally, these people, it just so happens to be the case, it's not all of them, because there's plenty of people who are anti, let's say, abortion, who hold strictly to the beginning of a human being is conception, that moment. A lot of people who reject that and who are arbitrary with the beginning of a human being are also as arbitrary with the beginning of other things. There's no real beginning of anything, honestly, from their view. Thank you for that, President Retard. Take my money. Thank you. I will take your money. I will take all your guys' money in exchange for whatever this is doing. Whatever it might be. I think it's doing something because, I'm the new target, apparently. I'm happy to be your target. You guys got nothing. You really have nothing. You Evo-tards, you really have nothing to stand on. It's just a big old story. Shit, the stream is addicting in its convolution. Such a prick. So there's some limit to how big supersets can be. A superset? Yeah, the limitation of a superset would end up being like, it depends if you want to include mathematics, like conceptual supersets or whatever. Like a superset itself is conceptual, but I'm saying like if it's not referencing something. Like there's no referent needed. Because we're talking about biology, right, Bobs? To say anything can be a set is to assume that there is a universal static category. Evolution denies this. There is no static categories in a flux world. So I don't even think you can have set theory even under the evolutionary view because everything's a particular. There's just pure, it's just nominalism. There's no real thing to a group of things. It's illusory. But even sets, like conceptually, sets need a grounding for them. If you just say they don't exist, particulars don't exist either. None of it does. None of it. From the naturalistic view, I don't even grant you guys philosophy, honestly. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of even granting you philosophy. You guys come to all these debates and you come to these channels and you argue things, and then we just simply ask you, do you believe any of this stuff exists? And you're like, no, of course not. I don't think a debate actually exists. I don't think knowledge exists. I don't think truth exists. I don't think logic actually exists. I'm just passing time, uttering and making uncalculated random noises with my face butt. I know. I've been failing to attend the gym. So fail. I don't think I ever said that the brain does random actions. Well, you believe that the brain is a product of random actions. How do you make sense of babies coming from adults? Babies are in the category of baby? Nope. No, baby. No, the category is human. A baby is a reference to where a human is in their development. So are you saying, how do you make sense that there's a thing called a baby and adults aren't babies? Well, I mean, you could point to biological markers like puberty. I mean, puberty is a real thing. You could use a typical marker like that, all sorts of other markers of development, the brain, like at some point we hit a peak and then we start turning back into old people who act like babies. They're just wrinkly. But that's not what's in question here, fervent reference. What's in question is whether or not the category of humans, because there's baby wolves, there's a baby, all sorts of babies, right? That's a term for youth, right? So, but what's in question isn't whether or not something can be young and old. That's the same thing can be young and old. That's not what's in question. Thank you. We're talking about whether or not the universal of a human is it reasonable to say a human universally, the human category, came from something entirely not human. That's what's in question, dude. Lord have mercy. Chemical and physical laws are not random. What do you mean aren't all random? There's no you don't have access to randomness. He just said chemical and physical laws aren't all random. I'm sorry, can you tell me which ones are? When are you going to debate the opposite side of Evo, where they make there's still people dragging their knuckles in Africa? Well, the opposite side of Evo? You mean the anti-side? I mean, that's a rhetorical thing I could use. It's similar to the George Floyd question I ask every debate. They have to actually assume that there are lesser, like people who are humans who are not as far along in the evolutionary process. I'm not sure why, being that is foundational to evolution as a philosophy at the time it was crafted. It's an entailment anyway. Is there no universal of a child? Is there not a child category? Can you well, a child can mean multiple things from a Christian view. Like, adults are even children of God from a Christian perspective, but often a child is still referring to a time frame of development, usually marked by pre-pubescent versus post-pubescent. But the universal of a child would be that category of development. Thank you. Thank you. I'm fighting. I'm continue to fight. Why do we not have access to randomness? Because you can't isolate anything in nature and call it random. Because you can't separate it from anything you're calling not random. So you don't have anything called random. Some processes are random. No. Even radioactive decay, if you're arguing that it's continuous and it has a regularity, then you can't say it's random. You don't have access to random. Like, I'll ask you, what's the criterion for knowing something's random? How would you know you're looking at random? You couldn't. How does a religious person make sense of people who still live so barbaric at the same time? Well, we don't say a human is a human based on whether or not they're advanced in their methodologies. A Christian worldview, not just a religious person, a Christian view is that humans are made in the image of God, that they have the capacity to know God, participate in the sacraments, and are morally culpable. So, as a category. So, making sense of people who still live so barbaric, we would say that they need to be taught, just like children. So they're just bigger children. That's how I would say it. They're just bigger children. And we all still have fallen nature. So that includes barbaric and non-barbaric. There are people in suits. Would you agree that there are people in suits right now, oy vey, who are barbaric, but yet they still eat properly? You know, they still eat sushi and do all these things, and they go on trains, and they go to work, right? Can they be barbaric without wearing those, like, weird monkey skin underwear? I think so. I think they can be barbaric, too, even with a suit on.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Literally said nothing. You guys are so sensitive. Can I get a historical idea of why is that the Catholic Church or capturing Christianity that dude? I don't know. Jay would know that better than me. Radical apologist. Oh, it's a shame. It's so stupid. It's even stupid without theology. It's so dumb. It's like evolution is going to be really a blemish on the scientific endeavor. Like, historically, I think like 300 years, it's going to be an absolute blemish. Complete blemish. Terrible. Terrible. Y'all remember Hank? Yeah, you guys remember Hank came in? You guys remember Hank came in there hot? Came in hot. It's just indefensible, that's all. It's just you can't defend evolution. Nobody can. I'm not special for attacking it. I'm just more aggressive than most people. Oh, yeah, he was pretty, little Mr. Mustache, mean Mr. Mustache Man. He kind of liked some of these ideas. Hank is possessed. He's got a problem. The guy's got big problems. Off his dial completely. I mean, if you can't just, like, maintain just a basic conversation with a grown man, it's like, go change your diaper, Hank. Catholic, but here in Pakistan, we have no EO church, but I'm partially hold the EO idea. Well, I hope you figure it out, radical apologist. You know, I hope there's more churches available to you in Pakistan. You know, that's part of the challenge in sharing orthodoxy, is that you have to get to these places. You have to establish missions and parishes and priests. It's a big task. You know, and while holding simultaneously the firm position, don't come here. You know, which is rough. I get it. Thanks, babe. Speaking of orthodoxy, you can still get your pre-orders of these beautiful stickers. There's 7 designed by yours truly. Comes in a sticker pack all wrapped nicely. A bunch of orders came in, just so you know. You too can get your sticker pack at madebyjimbob.com. You had a reply. You don't think you saw it? Hold on. Let me see. Where? How? What? Where? What? Where? See, if you just wrote it again, I could have just read it there. But now it's lost in the sea. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me. On the golden sands, and watches the ship. Hank is a barista. Yeah, he's a biologist. Probably not. Imagine acting like that in the lab, dude. Dark matter, bunch of nonsense. Total cope net. It's like a net concept to save a pre-existing concept that doesn't make sense. That's what that is. They're like, we need more matter to account for this movement of energy. We need more energy. Someone in the back is like, what if we invent more? They're like, genius. Genius. How long was Hank here? I mean, he was in the chat for quite a bit. And then he lasted about, I don't know, what'd you guys say, 4 minutes? 4 minutes? Terrible human. Earth. What other reason could there be for galaxies behave the way they do, other than an invented reason? What do you mean? That's not a good way to think, dude. Be like, look at how galaxies behave from our limited distant observation. You know? I don't know if you're being facetious there, but some people actually say that. They're like, well, what else could it be other than the invented thing we've never seen? What? Yeah, these people, you got to understand, these people don't care about contradictions. They don't care about their etiquette. They don't care. They're like animals, ironically. He's still arguing he has access to randomness. He doesn't. You don't have any criteria for randomness, bro. Nobody's ever seen a galaxy. Yeah, that's arbitrary too. A galaxy? There's a galaxy. What? That's a galaxy? Yes, that's a galaxy. That one's a galaxy. What about right there? Nope, not a galaxy. Never. That's not a galaxy. Stop it. Whenever an atheist says science is about not knowing, make sure to bring up the word science came from the Latin verb to know. Yeah. And then you're like, do we know that we evolved from not humans? And they're like, yes, we know that. I'm like, how? And they're like, science. And the problem with the whole random thing here, I'll draw it actually. Here, watch this. Let's draw this. Watch this. Okay. So the problem with randomness is like this. Okay, so this is not random. Okay? They're like, that's not random. Because this pattern was predictable in time. So locally. Could be the amount of time we exist, let's say. Okay? That's not random, right? Okay. So the problem is, okay, let's say this is like 100 years. So they would say, well, we observe this. This is not random. The problem with their view is this. If something actually, here, let's make it real. If something, see that dot? Maybe make it bigger. Okay, this, and that. Let's say that's 10,000 years. The instance happens every 10,000 years. Okay? And you expand this, okay? Now, to say that instance isn't random, you need access to now this segment of time. Okay, now let's expand it. This is a million years in between these two. Okay? And so if that instance occurred, you just can't observe it because it's, to you, it's random. It just blipped. You can't predict it again. You don't know when it's going to happen again. It's like you're in the dark here. But if the actuality is that that blip still had a regularity to it. It still had a regularity. But you just didn't know the regularity of it, of its intermittency was every million years, right? Well, now just keep expanding it, right? Just keep doing this with larger and larger frames. And then you start to realize that whatever you think is random is merely just your incapability or the actuality of something being intermittent in a time frame that you just can't even view or conceive of, perhaps. You can't even conceive of it. So if anything's regular, essentially it's not random. But if you just think it's not regular because you can't see it, it doesn't mean it's random. There is no random. No random. There's nothing random. You can't even isolate a random thing. Not one single thing you can say is random. Not one. But they need random because if you don't have random, guess what you have? You have purpose. Suddenly there's function and reality is deliberate and there's intentionality in the world. And then, if there's intentionality in the world, now you have responsibility. So, my example of this using lightning, 1,000 years ago, people called it random. Now they say it's not. Yeah. Yep. Even the way lightning draws its lines down to the surface, right? You're like, that's totally random looking. Yeah, to you, it's random. Purpose leads to God. Absolutely. That's what it is. I always ask, where is this chance, quote, if it's random, is it in the sky? Is it probability somewhere in the sky in the future? Yeah, where is it? They can't isolate it. They can't observe it. And yet their entire system is based on it, dude. The entire thing is based on, like, randomness. And they admit, right, your own thinking is random. Ask any of them. Is your thinking random? Random chemical reactions? Yeah, duh. I mean, everyone knows that. Yeah, duh. Everyone knows that already. Yeah, that's another aspect. If everything's determined and none of it's random, including where an ERV inserts itself into the genome. The god of chance, yeah. They have the god of chance. They love it. They love it. It's like beautiful to them. It's pretty basic reasoning, he says. We know that mutations happen, and we know there's inheritance of genes. Obviously, the genes that increase the chances of that gene existing later are more likely to exist. That doesn't say anything, dude. That's like, if something has the likelihood of existing, it'll exist. Wow, you're a smart one. You're a real smart one. We got a smart genius in the chat. Doesn't that interpretation of randomness as intermittency over, say, a million years give them an out? Like, if they could reinterpret random just as happening over a million years, that would give them an opportunity to justify Evo? No, that would make any of their claims that any of it was random null, and they'd have to come up with a deterministic evolutionary process. And so it kind of does the opposite, Gooberang. I would say it traps them. Once they admit they don't have access to randomness, they have to re-examine the framework for what these things are and when they are and how they are. So I think that's like, honestly, I think that might be the first thing that goes under the evolutionary view in the next like 500 years, maybe less, is they will do away with randomness. They're not going to have that in their language in the future. That's my prediction. Might take too long. I'll probably be dead. But I think I'm right about that. Have you now disproven quantum physics and quantum chemistry? No. Why would you say that? You're just a red herring non sequitur machine, dude. If I were king. Oh, if I were king, man. I'd have like a collection of tongues. Something like chaos and order seem to be states of matter. No, there's no chaos. That's the whole point, dude. Chaos would be the apparent absence of order, but chaos couldn't have its own ontology. It could be at best a word you use to describe an ostensible absence of order. But you couldn't know that was chaos, though. All you have is order. So an ordered universe. The universe is ordered. Period. You can't even pretend to believe, argue for evolution without some invariant order to the world. There's no, the whole concept falls apart real quick. What the hell is quantum chemistry? Yeah, this guy's just making stuff up. Sorry, I'm new to the channel. Do you believe in microevolution, not macro, or do you believe both? What you guys call microevolution is merely adaptation of existing organisms. So, yes, organisms that exist have the capacity to adapt. And if they have the capacity to adapt, the question is whether or not that's already coded in the system rather than randomly produced. But either or, it doesn't get you to the changing of entire categories of animals into new ones. So even to observe what you guys call microevolution, to observe that, the only way to observe that is if the universal thing that creature is a part of as a category maintains its identity. That universal category maintains. It's never the case you observe something, jump categories of what they actually are. That violates the law of identity. Coincidentally, everything you study at the micro level or at the basic a mammalian level or whatever, you study all the animals, you have to study them within the framework that they themselves are a category. It's a easy tautology. You're denying a tautology. What's the tautology? No, it's not a tautology. Tautology would be two positive accounts of a thing said differently. Chaos, saying chaos exists, is a positive claim. That is to say, it has its own positive ontology. That's not a tautology, if that's what you're referring to. But no one really knows what you're talking about. No. No, it can't. How can chaos have its own ontology? Ontology simply means the speech discourse of being. Not really. Something has to exist for it to be spoken about. So its ontology has to come before speech. Or the way. Yeah, the way something exists, ontology. The moment you start talking about how chaos doesn't have ontology, you're already describing chaos. No, we're describing the absence. This isn't true. We can describe shadows in reference to what light does. It doesn't give shadows its own positive existence. Shadow is an effect of light hitting an object. That's the effect. The shadow itself doesn't have its own ontology. Darkness doesn't have a positive ontology. It's a lack of something. A lack of something is not an ontology. That's nonsense. That's like some weird dualism stuff. Doesn't the existence of mere quantum physics disprove that there is a singular logic that governs the universe? No, it would. If quantum physics existed in the way you describe it, then it would affirm the laws of logic. Otherwise, the thing you're referring to as quantum physics and any intelligible aspect and knowledge of quantum physics is in question. So no, it does the opposite. Even if you said a particle can both be in one place and another place at the same time, that's affirming the law of identity. Now, it's not affirming the identity of it's multiplying coordinates for that identity, but to say it's the same particle is to affirm its identity. So that's granting their description of it anyway. But no, you couldn't study quantum physics if it put the laws of logic in question. You wouldn't have studying. You couldn't study something called quantum physics. A physicist likes to point to entropy for randomness. Right. That's still not randomness. Yet the third law of thermodynamics contradicts the claim that the order behind said function. Yeah, even observing that would be orderly. Let them give an example. Who which one? Well, I'm trying to figure out what the guy means, a positive ontology of the absence of something. He's not going to be able to do it. You can't. You can't do it. It's like saying nothing has a positive existence. Yeah, same problem. Yeah, how would you know physics is random? Yeah. Yeah, but the description, something that is, and by describing the lack of ontology, that basically is a contradiction. No, it's not. No, that's wrong. That's not a contradiction. Give the P and not P. I understand what you're trying to say. Linguistically, you're saying darkness is the absence of light. Is. You're saying that by saying the word is, you're giving it a positive ontology. That's only grammatical. So, no, we're talking about the actuality of the thing itself, not the way in which we speak about it. So, no, I don't agree with that. I see what you're trying to argue, but that's just saying like, well, there's no way to talk about the absence of something without saying, using the word is. That's not an argument that it has a positive ontology. Like we can say nothing is incoherent. Nothingness is incoherent. If I said nothingness is incoherent, the statement doesn't necessitate an actuality of nothingness to say that. So, there. Evil too, yeah. Evil as well. Having a word for a concept that does not give it ontology, words, definitions, concepts are not ontology. Exactly. Yeah. Well put. The actuality is the coherence-ness of it? No, not necessarily. Like, concepts can be coherent and not actual. When I say actual, in this case, it's like have some positive existence in the world. So you could take a material approach and say, what exists in the world positively? In the world, the way we look at the material world would be physicality and concreteness. But from a Christian paradigm, we don't say what exists is merely and only material. So even if you took like a general divine conceptual view, the ontology of universals and concepts grounded in the mind of God would still have an ontology even if it wasn't material. But if something exists, it would be coherent. Light is like heat. Not to say anything coherent exists. You can dream up something that doesn't exist and coherently make sense of what it is, and it doesn't exist. Justin says, light is like heat. There is no absolute zero, no heat. Cold is the concept description of the lacking of heat, dark, lacking light. Yeah, that's right. Using your collection of tongues to paint savage memes. Yeah, that's the only way you're getting a savage meme 6, is if I paint them with tongues. Have I looked into cellular automata? No. Based on the words, I can kind of get what I think you mean by it, but I can look into it. Heat is light. Some people are trying to say now that matter is light. Is like matter is light trapped or something like this. I saw a link. Don't take my word for it. I just saw a link. Love how triggered the Evotard gets when you ask them, if man evolved from monkeys, why do monkeys still exist? I understand it's a straw man, but it's funny. Oh, yeah. It's funny. Yeah, you can set them off quite a bit there. Well, you know what? I just thought about this. Is like, if there's something that exists today that they think we evolved from, that thing still exists. So a form of that question still is kind of available, isn't it, Travis? Like, how would they know that some weird little bacteria hunched over in the water, pooping in its own mouth, wasn't the first form that set off the chain to humans existing, and they just happened to exist this whole time? How would they know that? Because they do have like a Luca. They have these like pre-existing things, and they think, well, most things went extinct, and that would probably include the first thing that we think existed that eventually became a human and everything else. How would they know that anything today existing isn't that? How would they know that? Possibility of reality might be a massive cellular. I have to look into that if that's your worldview. It sounds a little bit like some sort of Is that kind of adjacent to like a singularity, like a projection? Is that like saying in a different way that you think that reality is like a projection? With full respect, stating that chaos cannot have a positive ontology is a way in which it can be described analogically, similar to how orthodoxy you guys use analogical predication. No, I mean, analogical predication is possible. Just because analogical predication is possible, it doesn't necessitate that anything that you use analogical predication has its own ontology. That would be fallacious. That's like saying, like, the method I use exists, and you use that method for things. Therefore, anything that I use the method for must exist in a positive way. No, just give an example. Look, any example you can try. You attempt, if you can demonstrate with an example of something that exists that's chaos, an example of chaos existing positively, you do it. If you can do that, you could do it. You can't do it, but you can try. Try to do it. Try to give an example of something that's chaos and it exists positively as chaos. Seeing a lot of competence without comprehension. That was wild, wasn't it? That should be their motto, though, shouldn't it? Bro, learn what a tautology... Well, I'm not sure what you were referring to as a tautology. I have to track a lot of chats, dude. So I know what a tautology is. Is a tautology that genes are more likely to propagate? Yeah, it doesn't add anything. It doesn't tell us what evolution is. It doesn't defend what evolution says is happening. Like, you're not saying anything. Things that are more likely to exist are more likely to exist. That's great, buddy. Can you tell me how random mutation produces the vestibular system? Unbelievable, man. Tautology. Hey, Ajax, can you tell me how random mutation produces the vestibular system, please? Huh? Anybody? Still waiting on you guys. A grid of cells that can be on or off, and every time stamp they can change between these states on rules about a state of their surrounding cells. Yeah, it sounds like kind of like a computing system, activated, deactivated on some sort of motherboard or whatever adjacent biological medium. I don't think that Bobby's surname itself could be a self-existing view of the world. The reason is, I would ask a simple question. Being that I'm trying to conceptualize this, I probably am not accurately conceptualizing what you're saying, but let's say I was, even though I'm not. The question is, are there any necessary preconditions for that to exist? And if the answer is yes, which it probably is, you now have to have your world, in this case, grids of cells, has to have other components about reality in place for that even to exist the way it does. So when you said before that your worldview kind of leads to this, you're still talking about material biology, right? You know, you're not talking about the nature of reality. You're talking about biological reality, right? I don't open an Orthodox school. That's not what I'll do. I'll probably become a iconographer, honestly, if God wills it and gives me the time and patience. But I can't teach orthodoxy. Opposite of a taintology. Yeah, like DNA. Its system relies on information, metaphysical. It relies on the regularity of nature. Like DNA doesn't produce the laws of physics that it adheres to. It follows it. It doesn't produce it. Which is like stuff comes from stuff, right? Which is why, thank God, breakfast tacos stopped doing that argument. They hate truth, yeah, and truth is a person. That's right. Did I make it? No, I could make this, but this is from my godfather for my baptism. This is my baptismal necklace here. When I get back, God willing, we get out of our little tiny townhouse, which we love. But once I have a studio, you guys are going to see some epic metalsmithing. That's for sure. Information is just a relationship between stuff. No, it's not. Relationship is conceptual. So there's nothing between stuff that you can actually find called information. So Bobby, sir, you actually need a mind. You need meaning of information, because information's data plus semantics, even by the more recent information theorists who are mostly atheists. Information requires semantics. So there is no semantics between stuff. There's no aboutness of stuff. This is a mind-oriented thing. There's nothing out there in nature where you can find relations between stuff. You don't find that in nature. That's a conceptual claim. It's not in nature. So that's why looking at a worldview, it's so important that you're talking about nature, the reality itself, metaphysical, the concept of reality, universals, particulars, your mind, other minds, meaning, information, math, science, all of it has to be all in a big bundle of a worldview. Yeah, exactly. Information is aboutness. It's not material. There's no aboutness in matter. You cannot find there's nothing in the matter that's about. There's nothing in an apple. Go bite an apple and see if the aboutness of an apple is in the apple itself. I think asking for an example is like saying, look, what you're about to say is a cope. You think me asking for an example of something that positively exists as chaos, being that you're making the claim, now you're going to meta? Oh, I'll read it. I think asking for an example is like saying, show me an example of a negation in the world. Obviously you can't, but for you to state X is not Y, you have to assume the negation. No, no. To do a negation, you have to assume the positive. And you can point to other positives that aren't negations of the positive. So that's not proper thinking. Okay? It's actually the opposite. It's a contradiction to say the opposite has its own ontology. It's a contradiction to say the thing that is opposite of that thing is also a positive of itself. That's a contradiction. That's a violation of the law of identity. You're saying the thing that I'm pointing to that lacks identity, that is the privation of a positive identity, has its own positive identity. So that's a thing having two identities. That doesn't make sense, dude. Just accept God exists. Sorry for the chewing. Man, Hank was such a disappointment, huh? What a loser. I mean, he kind of just admitted there's no positive ontology for chaos, and asking for one doesn't make sense. But the reason he gave isn't the reason it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's like proving, like, give me the shadow without the light hitting the thing that makes an effect of the shadow. Does it stay? If it has a positive ontology, it just hangs around even when the light goes away. There it is. The birth of a shower. Yeah, it was a terrible disappointment. Hank, you'll have to go back a couple hours. They all disappoint. Well, that's why I try to set up debates. You know, call in. This could be fun here and there. Jay does a good job of call-ins. But they're mostly insufferable. So that's why I go, listen, you want to debate me on this? Let's do a formal debate. Let's do it. And that's why people like Dr. Greg and the rest of these guys, I give them at least some respect. At least. Hank's parents, can you imagine? Imagine that guy at Thanksgiving. Oh. Ooh. All right. Who's live, y'all? Saturday. Who's live? Where y'all want to go, y'all? 580, you guys. Nice. Thanks for sticking around, y'all, on this happy Saturday. Really appreciate that. I'm about to get thin. I can't wait for my body to eat itself. I'm gonna be a monarch butterfly by the end of these 40 days. I'm gonna be ripped, rich, and rare. Random shadows are the worst. Yeah, they suck. They're the worst. They're so bad. 766 on your screen? Look at me. Up in the game, y'all. Oh, you want to see a good debate? Bryce, official Bryce, debated Unitarian Mike. Did a great job. I mean, the theology is a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, so someone who's smarter than can tell me if he made a mistake or not. But the way he debated was really good. He kept his cool. Mike elevates. You guys have seen Metaphysics, Mike. He kind of elevates his emotion a little bit, and sometimes you can be a little bit triggered by that. Like you start matching him without realizing it. Bryce didn't do that. He just kind of giggled his way through. So, but it's a good debate because it does get into metaphysics, Christology, and history in a fun way that's like trackable. So it's too dense to review though. How did it go? I mean, Andrew's just, it's like fodder. Join the TikTok invasions? I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me to hang out in that place, Like when I'm a character, I can do it better. If I'm like Seth with the teeth and the hair, then I can kind of deal with it. I can't deal with it as a normal person. I can't take it, dude. I want to start a war. See you later, radical apologist. Hope you find your way to orthodoxy. Anyway, who exists? It's a cesspool. Yeah, it exhausts me. It actually physically tires me to do it. It's like a physical thing. And other people have the shield, whatever. They have some sort of, they're impervious to it. It just like affects my soul. Makes me want to make lists, honestly. It makes me want to make lists. That's what it makes me want to do. I don't like to be exposed to things that make me want to make lists. I think that's fair, isn't it? Yeah, I want to hear an evolution joke. Everybody ready for an evolution joke? Fearless truth. I like that guy. Where is it, Solid Snake? Got to wait for Solid Snake because he's got to tell a joke. He just says nubs. That's the joke. Nubs. Nubs. Nubbies. Nubbies. Darwin is an ape. I think Nick is Orthodox. I'm not sure. Not sure. I saw that Big John Steele, he's going to be making his debut debate against that ridiculous Muslim guy that Mike Jones like mangled in Nashville. So that's a good, that'll be good. And John has been elevating his chops doing the Muslim dilemma. So I'm excited to see that. Oh, pretty pumped for that. Where is it? Where's the joke? Did he just prank us? By the way, thank you, Jim Bob, for the exchanges. Yeah, no worries. I'm not an atheist against the idea of God, but I'm passionate about monism. Oh, no, man. Monism, real bad. Well, went through a monist phase, I think. And then I was like, well, I think it's time to get rid of my drawstring pants. And I can't pretend that kale is good. No. It's like the leather. It's like leather. Kale is like the leather for leaves. Yeah, monism. You can't really have truth, morality from a monism. Maybe I'll do a stream on that, on monism. But why don't you make your look? Even as a monist, okay. Why don't you find your nearest Eastern Orthodox church, go to Divine Liturgy tomorrow, and just kind of, see if there's another way, just for the experience. Because if it's monism, then orthodoxy would be just as true as everything else. It would just be included in the whole structure, right? So you might as well, if you're a monist, you might as well just go experience every form of itself, right? Like a divine liturgy would just be an extension of what the thing you're already in is. There's no reason actually not to go. So, I mean, why don't you take your monist butt to divine liturgy tomorrow? How about that? Stick around. There'll be loads of cheese there for you. Okay? Yeah, I should probably eat some. Megan and I have just, mostly her, have made a list of okay, how do we do this? Because we're getting a little more serious with our faith and practice. In the grand scheme of things, we're still baby Orthodox. But you're baptized Orthodox? What are you doing, monism? Get back to work. What are you doing? Stop it. Go back. What are you doing? What? How do you, what? You must have been cradle. You cannot, possibly, the only way you could be a monist if you came from orthodoxy is if you're cradle. There's no way, no offense, a grown-ass man came to orthodoxy from a non-cradle position and then found monism after. No. Or you just had a terrible catechism problem there. What? That makes me sad, dude. That just makes me that just ruined my day. Ugh. No, man. No. Orthodoxy sold itself to the state. That's impossible. Christ's church can't sell itself to the state, dude. What you talking about? Nonsense. That's nonsense. What are you saying, man? You can't talk about progress or morality without an absolutely true paradigm. No, dude. Stop it. Stop it. What is this? What is happening right now? What is this? Are you guys trying to overtake the stream? Kind of grew up as an atheist. How were you baptized orthodoxy and came to monism? Seriously. I'm not going to bully you, but this is fascinating. What? So I don't even know how that's possible, dude. That's like someone becoming Orthodox and somehow moving to Mormonism. Like, that's how far it is. I don't understand how that's possible. As a kid, okay, yeah. All right, good. All right. That's actually good news. Okay. Dude, you got to get back into it. Okay, you baptized as a kid, whatever, you went through the motions. It was a cultural thing for you. All right, fair enough. You got to go back as a man, dude. Seriously. You got to go back as a man, please. Please. Just accept my invitation. You can take all that monism into the liturgy, just go right in there with all of it. But at least go back as a man, okay? Do yourself that favor. Please. Lord of mercy. Oh, whew. That's like a weight off my shoulder. I was like, no, that can't exist. Yeah, get back in there. Get your butt back in there. Thank me later, okay? Well, that's actually exciting. You were a kid. You weren't doing philosophy. You weren't like in that like mode of like searching philosophically as an adult. How exciting. You get to actually experience orthodoxy new. Yeah. Dude, you're in the best position ever. I'm jealous, actually. You get to experience orthodoxy brand new. Lucky duck. Lucky duck. You're gonna cry, dude. You're gonna call in and cry. That's what you're gonna do. I'm gonna get probably like a 4-page email from you in like 4 months. Excellent. All right, you guys are heading off to someone else. I gotta hang with my fam, my lady, and finish the last episode of Severance. And I'm gonna close the chat so none of you ruin it for me. So, God bless you all. See you over on Monday. Shout out to Hank for losing today, big time. What a disaster you were, Hank. Absolute disaster. Unbelievable. That's it.